We still have an echo, do we? That's annoying. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It is Friday night. We are back once again. Let me switch this over so we can get control of the gaming PC. We still have an echo, do we? Well, I'm not surprised. I haven't done anything about the echo. I've done a little bit of reading on the intermittent echo issue that we have. Let's fire up the old suspense. Hey, what you doing there, Ninja? Let's fire up this old suspense soundtrack on the old Epidemic sound. Why do I sound like Darth
Vader? Yeah, let's turn that off. My bad. My bad. How has everyone's week been? It is the Easter weekend. I didn't have any work yesterday. I don't have any work today. Oh, hang on. I've got to fix up one thing. We've got a small problem going on right now. Bear with me for just 1 minute. Yes, there we go. Switch my microphones over. How is everyone? Holy mother of echoes, says Dark Acorn. Well, like I said, I haven't done anything about the echoes, so I did do a bit of reading. The intermittent echo that we have going on right now, I couldn't find anything about. Echoes and mix minus and all that sort of stuff, and making sure that, you know, a lot of the issues with echoes, you know, when you do a search for Rodecaster Duo echoes, has to do with echoes in your headset. Now, I don't have my own voice playing back in my headset. I have that switched off. So we get, I don't know, this is an issue we're going to have to sort out as we continue to move forward. JP, how are you, my friend? You're late. Well, not anymore. Daylight savings has ended here in Australia. So we did fire up the stream at 9 o'clock. We spent a little bit of time messing about, preparing, getting ready, because you know why here at After Dark, ladies and gentlemen, nerds, geeks, Star Citizen enthusiasts, you know how we start every stream here at Crouch After Dark, with a good old Tim Tam Slam. Now, it's been quite warm the last couple of days, so these Tim of the Tamiths have been chilling out in the refrigerated device inside our pantry, maintaining their freshness, maintaining their peak readiness for the beginning of this weekend. It's Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. We shall be streaming here at Crouch After Dark a little bit of the Star Citizen. What is a Tim Tam? It's freshly opened, brand new packet, unraided by the Ninja. Although I did have 3 packets of Tim Tams in the fridge, and the Ninja, she did locate one of those packets of Tim Tams, and she just consumed. How many, Ninja? How many of the Tim Tams did you eat? She just rolled her eyes and looked away. I reckon she had 8 of the 11 Tim Tams in that packet. But, my friends, I hear a very good question resounding in the chat. What is a Tim Tam? Well, my faithful viewers, it is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle. Then it's all wrapped up in golden chocolate. We're going to use it. It is golden chocolate. It is delicious golden chocolate. And would you believe, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to use this biscuit like a straw. We're going to bite off the opposite corners of this biscuit. It's going to expose the inside of this biscuit. We're going to use our Tim Tam straw to slurp up our favorite drink. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this hot chocolate has been prepared with a little bit of cacao. And this time, would you believe it? Instead of using salt from what I believed was the sugar bowl, and thus obviously turned out to be the salt bowl, has sugar. Bit of cacao, strong, bitter. Need that sugar in there. chocolate, if you will. You could use something else. Coffee, tea, warm champagne, whatever you want. It's totally up to you. You have freedom of choice. But what you do not have freedom of choice in, my friend, is the good old Tim Tam. Let's bite off these opposite corners. That prepares us for the good old Tim Tam Slam. We're going to slurp up that beverage through our biscuit straw. It's going to melt the inside of this biscuit, turn it into a delicious gooey mess. We're going to put it in our cake hole. Right here, it's going to be delicious. And we can get on with episode 17 of A Life Uncharted, with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston, where we shall be checking out some updates from CIG. We'll be roaming around the verse. We'll be finishing off some side quests. We'll be talking about second edition of A Life Uncharted. But before we go much further, let's get ourselves ready. And the only way you can do that here at After Dark is a good old Tim Tam Slam. That's so much better with sugar than it is with salt. That's good. Let's do two. It's been a busy day here in the Crouch household as we get ready for a big Easter party on Sunday. Whole bunch of people coming. Whole bunch of my wife's family coming from interstate. Cleaning, moving, sorting, tidying. And I'm looking forward to just chilling out. What's going on, Ninja? One, two. Only two Tim Tams from the Ninja tonight. You were going to take more? Save some for later. That's a good idea. What has everyone been up to this week? Let's get rid of our Tim Tams. I hope you have had a fantastic week. I'm currently drinking hot chocolate and beer. I'm not sure how the combination works. For the moment, it's quite enjoyable. Let's jump in. Let's jump in. Let me know if the music is too loud. Let me know if our mix is okay. Obviously, we're going to have issues with our audio. Now, our first port of call for Mr. Argo Hurston is to return to Lawville because my friends, we have a bunch of side quests we need to complete. And most of those side quests have to do with collecting random resources, or random harvestables, I guess we could call them, which we did do at the distribution centres. Let's head back to Lawville. Music is a bit loud, I can hear you fine, but it's a close thing. Okay, let's set our course for Lawville, and I shall make some adjustments to the sound. Let's turn the sound down a little bit. We'll drop that back to where it needs to be. Maybe we could just crank up a couple of dBs on the old microphone. Let me know if that is making a difference, or if it's a little bit excessive. We are once again listening to the old Epidemic sound, and we have the Suspense playlist on. Now, I was messing about on my computer this week working on A Life Uncharted episode 2, well, not episode 2, edition 2, second edition, and this Suspense playlist just had some of the best just background tracks playing. It was unbelievable. So I'm kind of hoping tonight we hit up some of those. Now, why do we not have any game sound? It's a little strange. Let's jump into... Okay, we don't have any game sound. We have no game sound. Why do we have no game sound? All right, let's continue our journey. Yeah, that's good. Your DB up a tad. My main volume down a tad, and all is well. Okay, good. Let's head on back. I've got a feeling we might need to restart the game because I didn't have the right headphones selected. And I think the game is trying to output audio through a different pair of headphones, which are currently switched off and on charge. And thus, therefore, I can't hear the game. I don't think you guys can hear the game either. So we'll head on back to Hurston. We're going to get headed into Lawville. Now, there are, my friends, some updates from the official news. 4.1.1 is currently in Wave 1 in the PTU. There's been some maintenance going on. Currently cooking a new 4.1.1 build for a potential PTU release later today. That was today at 1:20 in the morning. Digital hairdresser. Let's check it out.
This was unintended. That's the first thing I must say. My career took a curve. I was a lead character artist at another company. One of the things that scared me the most at that time was hair, because it is one of the hardest tasks. And I just tackled it so well, I guess, that I started to get praise for it. Praise in a way that I never got as a character artist. And that's how it went. I never planned to be a digital hairdresser.
Vindication.
Of any sort.
As a character to developer. You know, to be sweet is when you take off your helmet like that, your hair is actually disturbed, because I brought back a motorcycle recently from my warehouse. It's currently sitting outside, and obviously I don't have any hair. But at one stage I had hair, I had dreadlocks, I had long hair. And when you take your helmet off, your hair obviously would move.
I've been in love with Star Citizen since ever. It's been actually my dream for all along. When I started learning character art, this is what I wanted to work. When I started here, one of the things...
That was his dream. All right, we're going to quickly jump out of here, make sure that we're still on track. We don't have cruise control operating. We're not going to crash into the planet. Let's go.
People were making fun of me. Former colleagues were like, oh, great, Andre, you just signed a contract to make hair for a game. Everyone wears a helmet. And that made me think. Rest assured, nowadays, I'm proud to log into Star Citizen and just see that a lot of people is now wearing their hairs and not
I love to cruise around with no helmet on.
When I got here, the first thing was to try not to scrap everything that was made. Obviously, there was a lot of things that were properly made.
Ramoyne, how are you, my friend? Happy
fit
Easter.
For every
Thank you for
purpose
joining
that
us.
we wanted. The first hair
Showing
I
out on
created
the old YouTube.
took me a bit of time. The first results were kind of disappointing. I was still learning the tools, learning the process, learning the new engine that we use. But after like 3 weeks, I managed to create one hair. We finally took it to a meeting. My first time in front of CR. I actually made sure
like the new
I read
hair.
everything
I love
that
the new
CR
character creator. It's
has
great.
written about hair that was on our register, so I knew what he wanted. I think that was kind of smart because it had an impact on him immediately. The next morning after that meeting, I wake up with a message on our creative chat.
What I do want to see, can we go back? What I do want to see in terms of the character creator is these piercings. In the character creator, you get sliders, right, for color, but not number or position of piercings. Now, at one stage, I had my labret pierced, which is this little bit underneath your bottom lip, your chin, essentially. I'd love to do my labret. You can do your eyebrows, but again, it puts one on either side. Now, again, when I was younger and I had dreads and long hair, I had 11 different piercings. I was a different person at that stage. And, you know, I had eyebrow piercings and earrings and nose and all that sort of stuff done. I'd love the ability to customize or choose, you know, my piercing location.
impact on him immediately. The next morning after that meeting, I wake up with a message on our creative chat saying something, how happy he was that we had finally someone that was tackling hair in the way that he wanted. I'm like, all right, okay, we're on the right path, I thought.
No, Ramoyne, I wasn't really a punk. I wasn't a punk as in like an English punk, mohawk and all that sort of stuff. Just a little bit alternative, I suppose. A little bit alternative. And, you know, in my late teens, early 20s when we were at the peak. So I used to live in my big family house in South Australia. It was a big house. Not big, but, you know, it was big enough for me, my brother, and, you know, a couple of our friends. You know, we chilled out there. Everyone called it the Palace. I never went anywhere. Everyone came to see me. Everyone called it the Palace. It was a big house, had a full-size tennis court. It was an old house. And like, if at that stage, you know, I was where I was now, or at the age I am now, it would have been wonderful to see it in its prime. You know, the tennis court was a bitumen tennis court, and it was all cracked and ripped up, and you know, it made playing tennis on that, like if you could call it tennis, it was great. You know, it was Crouch had a tennis court. What a knob! Excuse me, my friend. It was a great place. We had it had an 8-car garage with a wine cellar. We kitted that out with couches, and we put a stage in there. A lot of my friends were all musos and everything, and we called it the Womb. It had a real low ceiling in some parts, and we filled it up with couches and stuff. It was a great time. It was a great time, and yeah, in my late teens, early 20s. Yeah, I had pink hair, blue hair, purple hair. You know, I used to, you know, change it every now and then. So I wasn't exactly a punk, but certainly wasn't mainstream. You know, we used to go out, and I knew a bunch of people who were in clubs and stuff, and I used to go in a... I used to wear a blue sleeping bag that was openable at both ends, obviously where your head is open, but then you could unzip the bottom, right? People used to call me the Worm. And I'd go in this blue sleeping bag. I used to wear 3 watches. One watch on my 2 watches on my left hand, and 1 watch on my right hand. The watch on my left hand told me what time it was. The watch on my right hand, which was a different time, was the time that I wanted it to be. And the other watch that was on my left hand was whatever time somebody said to me, you know, what's the time? And I just make up a time and set it on that watch and then show them the watch. There was a lot of consumption of different sorts of things happening at that stage in my life. Anyway, back on with the video.
During this process,
Zuzu joining us on Twitch, my friend. How are you?
Andre, what do you need to make this work for both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen? And I'm like, he wanted to have 70 hairs from February till December.
70 hairs!
So we can do the first chapters of Squadron 42. Doing my maths really fast, if I was to do it myself, it would take like 2 years. Even if I take like 3 to 5 days per hair, normally a hair before I arrived was taking 20 to 40 days. The only solution was
20 to 40 days. Oh, holy crap. Are we crashing into the... All right. I'm getting sidetracked with stories of my youth and discussing hairs. All right, we're going to head back down to Lawville. We'll quickly log off. We'll continue to watch the latest episode of Inside Star Citizen. We're going to reload the game. Hopefully we get game audio. Let's head on down. Oh, so you were a local character who just grew out of being one. I did. I became very conservative. Now, in my old age, I tell the children to get off the lawn. One of my friends used to live at the top of a hill. And whenever we'd go out, we'd have to walk down the hill to the bus stations to catch either the bus or the train into the city. And... And so whenever it was bin night, people would have their bins and stuff out. And, you know, if the bins had been empty and someone still had their bins out, then we'd get on those bins and ride them down the hill. Oh, it was crazy. Nowadays, if I hear kids outside on their skateboard, I'm like, what's going on out there? What are those kids up to? We used to ride people's rubbish bins down the hill. Oh, God. Amazing. Did I see the Oblivion remaster, Crouch? I did not. Reddit.com. comments. Oblivion Remaster and original comparison. I have not seen it. We'll have a look at that. I really enjoyed Morrowind. That was a wonderful game. Part of the Elder Scrolls franchise, I guess. No game audio. We're going to sort this out. We'll land here at Lawville because we need to come here to pick up a whole bunch of harvestables so we can finish off some side quests. So we'll do that. There's at least four side quests that we can complete. Now that we know that distribution centers are an amazing place to go to collect all the harvestables for the Rayari missions, Aldo obviously needs them for his own, a Life Uncharted custom side quest sort of stuff. It's so weird playing the game without sound. All right, so here we are back at Lawville. Oblivion Remaster is coming out next week. Hey, Acorn. You all become curmudgeons. Yep. What are those kids doing? What are those kids doing? It's funny to think about that time. All right, let's store the ship. I guess we can log off here. Have I tried the 4.1.1 in the PTU yet? I have not. There's not a great deal in the new patch that's of tremendous interest. I think they were saying there's been 130 or something like that bug fixes. Okay, let's quit the game, quit the desktop. See if we can get this game audio working. So the new marathon is coming out. I'm all back in my day.
Just right. To hire more hands, to hire more people, and I needed people that
20
would
to 40
hit
days
the ground
to make
running.
one
It had to be
hit.
people
That's crazy.
that I knew that could do the work, and in that sense, I presented the proposal to Ian and to CR. They agreed to everything, and that's how we did it. We basically put the guys in. Instead of 70 hairs, by December we had 130 hairs because we did not only do the squadron ones, we actually revamped the character customizer. We added beards, which weren't even in the plan back then. It was a bet, a risky bet, but I took the process under my wing. I grabbed the guys, and it worked. So, and for that, I got some praise and got some recognition in the company, which comes with the risk that I've taken, of course.
Yeah, the raft updates. Papa Zuzu joining us on Twitch. Yeah, the raft updates are fantastic. So what did they say? Let's have a quick look. There were some notes, right? If we have a look in the 4.1.1 patch notes, one of the updates was about the raft being increased to 196 or something. Let's scroll up. I think it was down the bottom here. No, somewhere around here. Ship. Here, ship rebalance. Argo raft up to 192 SCU, up from 96. So massive increase to the raft. They've obviously, the Argo raft has undergone a few changes that have resulted in a hefty change to its cargo capacity. This is due to the design change on how we want to handle loading and unloading cargo. The three arms, so any of you who aren't familiar with the Argo raft, it's obviously a cargo ship that had like three little sections where you could put containers. The three arms of the raft have been retired in favor of a single grid that supports 192 SCU cargo capacity instead of the previous 96. It's huge. In addition, Due to this change, the old style of rail-style tractor beam would not function and has now found a new home on the left side. Framing this station is controlled. Framing this station is controlled from the rear control room. Metaphysical, my friend. Hello, Crouch and his stellar cast of cunning space cowboys and cowgirls. I hope you're well, Metaphysical. Thanks for joining us. Did Argo pay rent? I'd hate to have to fine him. Well, you know, technically we're supposed to do all of that sort of stuff at the beginning of the stream. So if we didn't do it at the beginning of the stream, then it's a legitimate fine. It is a legitimate fine. Because if you tell me, then I'm just going to pay it and then the fine is no longer legitimate. If you think and you have Tim Tams from watching on Twitch, the good old channel points, which we call Tim Tams on the old Crouch After Dark on Twitch, I think you might understand why. Just watch the beginning of any stream. You can spend those Tim Tams to fine everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. 1,000 credits for breaking the rules. Now, obviously, one of the rules is at the beginning of every session of A Life Uncharted, Argo needs to pay some expenses. He has a mortgage for his hab unit in Lawville. He has some insurance premiums that he needs to pay at the beginning of every session. So if he hasn't paid those at the beginning of every session, and you fine him before he pays those, it is legitimate. Speaking of A Life Uncharted and expenses, I have been working on A Life Uncharted version 2. And we'll talk about that as we go on throughout tonight's episode. Episode 17, who would have funked it? Hey, Metaphysical, you're having issues with Star Citizen turning off your computer. Crazy talk. I'm hoping it's the ULPS feature of my Radeon card. You just installed MSI Afterburner and disabled it. But you not know that's crazy. Alright, sounds like we got game audio now. There have now been 2 PTU 4.1.1 builds, says Ronmoy. And as far as I can see, the upgrade in the raft's cargo grid has worsened in the second build released. It has a bias to the left side. Oh, okay. You hate finding him, besides he's not really done anything yet. So it basically is the beginning of the stream. This is true. So cargo appears to be offset slightly to the left, and thus the cargo clips into the raft's left side of the hull frame. Well, hopefully they get that sorted out. Any sort of clipping is obviously not desirable. West Coast IPA from Hawkers. Absolutely delicious. Highly recommend. Beautiful beer. Strong, 7.2%. Well, I think we'll have a couple of those as we go through today's session.
So where do we start with the hair? There must be an idea first, an intention, of course. Star Citizen is a bit different from Squadron. In Squadron, we're trying to do digital clones. Obviously, in that case, we're going to take as much pictures, as much references of the real person and try to mimic that into the video game. As for Star Citizen, which is a bit more broad, we sometimes require a concept, sometimes we have a more broader idea that we want to go. We are production artists, we are not concept artists, so that's not what we do. What we really need to work is that the idea comes solid at us and it's very clear what's intended. Whatever references we can use, we'll make a mood board, and from there we'll start our own development.
It's been a long time since I've done any work in ZBrush.
It's important to understand that the system that I implemented here, it kind of removes from the artist the ability to mess it up, in the sense that I control the textures and the shaders, so that means the beginning of the process and the ending of the process. I've tested them, I make sure they work, and so I give to the artist the pleasurable part of just doing the asset itself, and therefore there's no fruit salad. What we want is basically a quality that is standard, that stays the same throughout the game, and if I gave them the ability to create their own textures, we would have hairs. Some would be very thick, some would be very thin, some would be different, and it would render different. So I removed these 2 parts of the process out of the equation by sorting it myself, giving them only the pleasurable part. I don't have any other word for it. Sounds kinky, doesn't it?
He's not wrong.
Enjoyable, I guess. Making hair for games, there's a lot of limitations to it. Our game being fast-paced and all, MMO. The way to keep it performant and the way to keep it working is by trying to establish limits of how far you can go. When I started, I remember the lead tech artist telling me, Andre, there's no limit.
I really liked that character. That was cool.
To what you can do, just go. You know, there's no budget of try count. There's no budget, and I'm like, how can that be? I mean, I've been doing games for a while, and there is limitations. Okay, he was just letting me be free enough to create, and letting me establish the limit so that they can then adapt. I was very conservative. We all have performant hairs. Some in Squadron 42 are a bit heavier because we just need to hit that quality bar. But mostly are all very performant. What you do is you just use what you need and you don't use what you don't need, basically.
What are you working on for 2025?
I've never really looked very closely at the quasi-grazers. You know, we've killed a few of them, harvested some of their eggs for no reason.
For the character customization.
But I've never really had a good look at them.
There's also armors that are going to start to have a bit of hair. Hair, not hair, human hair, but you know, types of fur or types of synthetic hair. So we created a lot of hairs which are recognizable. We were trying to break barriers. The character customizer is like this nowadays because we were trying to push the shader and see where we could go. Tools programmers and shader programmers were coming to me and say, hey Andre, I didn't know our shader could do this type of things. And as I got this type of feedback, I was, okay, let's push this.
This is interesting, right? Because I mentioned this in the streams last week, that Argo has a very ginger hair, very sort of orange-red hair. And it changes constantly throughout the game depending on what light he's in. It can appear green, it can appear brown. It changes so much. What are you saying there, Ramon? Also, you know, cargo containers highlight when it appears they can attach to a grid. Well, in the raft, it appears that cargo highlights to areas adjacent to the grid where they should not attach. Ah, man, hopefully they get it sorted out. Obviously they will. Obviously they will. All right, so we've got some game audio. Lovely. We are here in Lawville. Let's head on back. We've got a bunch of side quests. So let's have a quick look here at a Life Uncharted. We've got a bunch of side quests in our log here. Mother Secret Cure, collect or deliver 5 Golden Medmen, 5 Heart of the Wood, and 1 Oza, 5 Sunset Berries, 4 Blue Bilver, and 2 Pingala Seeds. We're going to have those. 5 Pintambu and 5 Ozas. We're going to have those. 5 Amiyoshi Plagues and 5 Revenant Pods. We're going to have those. So this one, and these 2 will be able to tick off straight away, some of which are going to other locations to give us a small bonus. We also need to head back to Microtech to pick up some another Moby Glass. Now, let's have a quick look, right? So we've got let me sort out this guy on the old Twitcheroo. We have a Life Uncharted version 2. A little bit of a story to start with, but some comments and notes here. So I've been going through my experiences with the Life Uncharted and sort of just and really trying to put into place how I want the game to develop. And obviously we're starting in Stanton. You've arrived in Stanton either by choice or through means outside your control. There is no going home just yet, so you must survive. Survival isn't easy, nor is it cheap. A Life Uncharted is not a zero to hero experience. I've mentioned this many, many times, but more a day in the life of a citizen experience. You will have regular costs and expenses you will need to cover, and that means earning credits. This system does not make it easy. You simply cannot open your Moby Glass and accept contract after contract. You need to earn reputation, increase your infamy, and establish your position in the guilds in order to earn the big bucks. Now, infamy is a new concept. We'll get to infamy in just a moment. Let's jump back in. So I've been sitting down this week after work, working a little bit all on A Life Uncharted version 2. Going through the core concepts, which are what's there in the comments and the notes. Re-looking at the quest log. So if we have a quick look at the quest log, right? Quests. So obviously we have quests, tasks, and guild contracts now. Under quests, there's a few differences here. We earning guild credits, and our AUEC is now different. In the beginning, A Life Uncharted version 1, I just set everything to 3,000 credits. Complete this side quest and you get 3,000 credits. I just copied that down just to, start things off. But obviously different sorts of side quests. Some are a bit more easier, some are a little bit more complicated, some have a little bit more value. And so the credits are different. And you also start earning reputation. Reputation discovery. I'm not sure what this is about. You also start earning different sorts of reputation. Now you can see here, they range from 1 to 4. This again, I'll tweak and change as I go through developing these rules. You can see this one here, 1, my worst enemy. Growing up, my mother always told me not to play with sunset berries or ranted dung. The dung I can understand, but apparently sunset berries can be poisonous. I don't want to kill anyone, but there is one asshole in a neighboring outpost I wouldn't mind making a little sick for a week or 2. And the objectives of this quest are to deliver 5 sunset berries and 5 ranter dung, both of which can be poisonous. And this is only going to earn you... Is only going to earn you 1 reputation point locally, because it's not a fantastic thing, right? This guy is wanting you to collect some poisonous equipment or poisonous material so he can cause harm to somebody else. It's not going to earn you a huge amount of local reputation. Whereas something like Gem Speak 1,000 Words, when I got married, I never gave my wife a decent marriage ring. Now we live out here, I'll never earn enough to buy her something nice, but with the right gems, I could make her something myself that I know she'd love even more than something store-bought. Complete this quest, it's going to be worth 15,000 credits, and it's going to earn you more local reputation, because obviously, people in that region or wherever we're picking up this quest will know of this guy's story, and how they got married, young love or whatever, and he was never able to afford a proper ring for his wife, and all that sort of stuff. So we complete this quest, find the gems that this guy needs, Gem Speak 1,000 Words, and the objectives being deliver 3 Dollarvine and 5 Fane Malane. It's going to improve your reputation locally. Now, we've also added in guild affiliations here. So you can see delivery, mining, salvage, mercenary. So whenever I complete one of these side quests, it's going to have an affiliation with a specific guild. And that's what I'm earning my guild credits for. So Gem Speak 1,000 Words, not only in that region wherever I picked up this quest am I going to start earning local reputation, I'm also going to get paid because this dude's happy that I brought him some gems that he can then fashion into a beautiful ring for his beloved wife. But, I'm going to have to go do some mining. And that's going to start building me guild credits, which then I can start using to start building a reputation with different sorts of guilds. So there's lots of work going on here in A Life Uncharted version 2. I started working on different sorts of tasks, guild contracts, tier levels, percentage splits, all this sort of stuff. The activity log obviously still needs to be, fleshed out. We started building in locations, and so I'm using the latest version of, well, not the latest version, I guess it's always the latest version of Verse Guide. And you can see we're up to huge numbers of locations so far, 188 locations. Some of these are hidden locations, so different sorts of rock caves. There doesn't appear to be any caves on Lyria, but there's quite a lot on Walla. All I've gone through so far is ArtCorp and Hurston, although I haven't continued to add in everything for Hurston yet. We can see task locations and task givers. So the task giver is Vantage Rentals office, but then the locations where we used to do errands and stuff before are now task locations. So we'd go to one of these task givers, for example, Vantage Rentals, and they'd give us some errands or some tasks to do, and those tasks would take us to any one of these other task locations, much like the old errand system used to do. So there's a lot of work that's been going on here, and it will continue for the next couple of weeks until we get to the point where A Life Uncharted, 2nd edition, Life Uncharted 2.0 is ready. Let's take this helmet with us. Never say no to a bit of free loot. Skeet, my friend, how are you? Thank you for the ban, man. Yeah, I think I did jump on that guy earlier. Appreciate you being here with me, Skeet. Vigilant as ever in the chat. Tell the truth, you are using the game to frame out your first great sci-fi novel that will put you up there with Isaac Asimov and other great sci-fi writers. I'm much more of a fantasy writer than I am sci-fi. I'm just finding ways to keep myself entertained here in Star Citizen until such a time that we end up with a game that doesn't really require me to have to do this sort of stuff. As I've mentioned a few times now, I'm creating my own. Move forward. I'm creating my own version of Star Citizen. Lance Arno, my friend, how are you? Thank you for joining us on Twitch. I need to block that neck. At some stage, I'm sure I'll give up the vaping. But until that time, a bespoke Star Citizen, as it were. Indeed. So, stop. So, I really started with these comments in these notes here. Stone Knight, how are you joining us on Twitch? Good afternoon/evening. Crouch, how are you doing? I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. I'm doing very well. I really started going through these notes. How hard or difficult you make your start is up to you, but a Life Uncharted highly recommends starting with the basic starter package, your starter ship and the AUEC credits. If you want to start in the hardcore mode, you could start with a ship that only includes a power core and reduce your credits to 0. A Life Uncharted is brutal enough and limits your activities and options, not just at the start, but through your entire journey, as we have seen so far with a Life Uncharted 1.0, I guess, with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. So it is not recommended to start with a ship that is fully disabled, and we'll get to the credits in just a minute. In order to survive, the player will need to complete activities, build their reputation, grow their infamy, and cover their expenses as they slowly discover and explore new regions. There are 3 main types of activities, and these are used to not only build your player's reputation, but will allow them to branch out from their starting location and discover new regions and opportunities. Quests. This has been an issue that I've never really liked so far in a Life Uncharted, is how new locations are discovered. Quests, tasks, and guild contracts are the main opportunities for your player here in 2nd edition of a Life Uncharted. There are also regular expenses the player will need to account for, including accommodation, insurances, local services, maintenance, etc. As you progress through the game, you will accumulate local reputation, infamy, and influence. Quests are local activities collected by visiting new locations, as we have already done so far in a Life Uncharted 1.0, and earn the player local reputation and influence. Tasks are activities completed at major landing zones and orbital space stations and earn the player infamy. Guild contracts are accessible via the contract system in the mobiGlas, which is purchased by earning guild credits when completing quests. So if we come back to the quests, we can see we start earning guild credits, right? These guild credits are what we can then use to do mobiGlas missions. So here, contracted, we have collection, mercenary, salvage, hauling, and bounty hunters currently in the mobiGlas. I'll add to this as the new mission types continue to unlock. And obviously, I'm basing all of this on my experience here in Stanton. I haven't been or spent a great deal of time in Pyro. And we have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 contracts. Tier 1 contracts cost 6 guild credits, 10 guild credits, and 15 guild credits. And the tier, the levels of tiers are basically broken up by how rewarding or how much cash dollar money use we get for doing those contracts in the Moby Glass. So 0 to 30,000 collection mercenaries. These are all the same at the moment. Salvage, hauling, bounty hunters, missions. 0 to 30,000 credits. If that's what you're going to get paid, that's a tier 1 credit or a tier 1 contract, and it's going to cost you 6 guild credits. So now I can go through and go, well, if I do this mission and this mission, I'm going to get 6 guild credits, and then I can spend those to do a Moby Glass mission. We'll come back to some more of this in a minute. Let's keep moving along. We've got some stuff that we need to collect. So I'm really enjoying going through a Life Uncharted version 2. Based on, we're up to, this is episode 17 now. Based on the 16 previous episodes that we've played of a Life Uncharted with Argo Hurston, and the conversations that we've had and all my different ideas and stuff that I've talked about, I've got a reasonable idea of where I want the system to be. So now it's just a matter of writing it out, fleshing it out, getting to a point where it's we're ready for season 2. I guess you could say we're in season 1, right? We're probably going to end up with 22 episodes, I think, of a Life Uncharted before we move into season 2, where we'll start off again with episode 1 with a Life Uncharted version 2, edition 2, a Life Uncharted 2.0. And have a playthrough of that, and as I continue to play through that, and as the game develops and things change, I'm sure we'll get to a point where after 16 episodes of a Life Uncharted 2.0, we'll be like, okay, it's time for another rewrite. We've got enough stuff in the game now where we can have where we do an XYZ, and the system doesn't need to have that anymore, or I need to build this until it'll just continue to evolve up until the point where I don't really need to do it anymore, because the game either has the stuff in it, and I'm enjoying it enough not to have my own pretend world, but I'm thoroughly enjoying spending a couple of hours after work just sitting down, looking through the system, and fleshing things out. Lance, your idea of a hardcore Argo starter pack would be the Argo tractor or an Argo cargo.
Embark before boarding.
I think Argo will always start with the Cutter Rambler. I did fire up my other alt account, Curtis Crouch, and sorted him out. He did have a Nomad starter pack. But spent a bit of cash buck dollary dues, not a great deal, $38 or whatever on that account to update it or upgrade it to a colorless black, which suits Curtis Crouch a little bit more, and I threw a custom skin on it. So I have another account that I can play around with as I continue to develop the rules, and rather than logging onto Argo's account, which is supposed to be and has always been, with the exception of 2 sessions. A stream-only account. Oh, speaking of rules and all that sort of stuff, we need to pay some expenses. Our wallet, begin 3,400 credits to start with, 2,000 credits for his habitation mortgage. Only 1,000 credits at this point, and it's different in a Life Uncharted. Again, a Life Uncharted is tiered a little bit. That's one thing that I've noticed from playing so far a Life Uncharted, is that as Argo's capacity to earn money increases, how is that being offset against his expenses? So I've tiered a lot of things in the second edition. 2,000 credits for the mortgage. Nongi, I understand you're having a great deal of fun over there, sweetheart. 2,000 credits for the mortgage, 1,000 credits for the insurance, 400 credits for a transport pass, multi-pass, for today's session. What are your thoughts on these career packs that CIG are starting to sell? We're going to have a look at those. The career packs, I think, are a fantastic thing, especially now that they're starting to look at item recovery. We have tier 0. They're only $10. I think it's a great way to get yourself some, a set of kit that you're not going to lose. I'm a little bit disappointed that the only career pack that it seems to include a backpack, the Mac pack in white is the the starter general whatever career, but none of the others. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because the mining one does. The salvage one includes the Arrow backpack. We're going to have a look at some of those. I think it's a good idea. If you want to spend an extra $10 on top of your starter pack to get yourself a nice set of armor that at this point in time you're not going to lose. Item recovery tier 0, you'll always have what your character is equipped with, not necessarily what they have stored in their equipment, but at least whatever they have equipped. Here's a fun thing. So I think that I don't have anything against it. I really don't have anything against CIG trying to make money. As a businessman, as a capitalist, having run businesses since I was 12, although that was a hobby business really. I have nothing against CIG trying to make money. We'll talk about Vantage Rentals in just a minute. Lance, your alt account started with a Pisces, but this ended up being too easy, so an Argo cargo would restrict my starting location. You're thinking about Lawville. I really love, I'm not massively keen on like 0 to hero runs that, that obviously, and this is where a Life Uncharted has come from. There needs to be a continual barrier or hurdle or challenge to, overcome, because a lot of the 0 to heroes start with 0 credits and a ship that doesn't have any components, and then once you get a ship that has components and you can start doing contracts and all that sort of stuff, I think that's the end of a hero run, is once you've got a ship that's functional. Because once you've got a ship that's functional, you could just spam mercenary missions and earn credits and credits and credits and credits. And especially now with the Rayari contracts, the collection contracts, if you wanted to start doing the Rayari missions, it's collect 10 Amioshi plague and you earn 69 credits. Go to a distribution center and spend an hour or two just looting the boxes. Just in the starting area, in the lobby, in the maintenance areas, you end up with so many of those things that you could just go turn in quest after quest after quest after, or contract after contract after contract. Just really compiling those 69,000 Rayari contracts that as soon as you've got a functional ship in a 0 to hero run, you're pretty much a hero. Whereas with something like a Life Uncharted, you're really quite restricted. And one of the big things that I really enjoy is the limitations on the Moby Glass. That makes a very big difference. Not just being able to open up the Moby Glass whenever you want and choose a contract immediately influences how quickly you can earn money. And we'll talk about sandbox activities as we go throughout tonight's episode, and what I'm looking at and what I'm planning to write in for Life Uncharted 2.0 in terms of sandbox type activities, salvage, gem mining, all that sort of stuff from a guild perspective. Quest? All right, let's have a look. We didn't even get a chance to do some side quests. Maybe we can wrap them in. All right, so mercenaries, collections, hauling, bounty hunter, and I think we have agreed we're not going to do salvage contracts. Again, this is another thing that is super weird from my perspective, is that we have this main contract group salvage that you cannot do unless you have bought in the pledge store at least a vulture. Because it's not possible to rent them in the game. So you cannot even do one of the main game loops without having bought a vulture in the game. So we're going to rule out salvage. I do want to have a look at some stage at one of these contracts in terms of doing it with a cambio. Okay, maybe from that perspective, we won't rule out the salvage contract, because if we do pick up one of these salvage contracts in the quest that Skid is just fired up on Twitch, we'll go ahead and we'll try and do it with a cambio. We'll buy ourselves a whole bunch of canisters, and we'll go out there and see how long it takes us to strip an anvil. You were waiting to give a new quest to Argo until he was at a different location. Honestly, the main landing zones are the best places to spend your Tim Tams on firing up a quest, because that's where all of the contract options are available. Whereas if I'm in deep space or, out in a random location, I may not be able to get access to any of the mercenary contracts or anything. Although right now we only have Halt Illegal Surveillance, which isn't a fantastic mission. All right, let's get ourselves a dice roller. So we've got 5 categories to choose from. Let's jump on the old. So we'll ignore the 6s. We'll re-roll 6s. Skeet, when does the free fly start? That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure on when Invictus is this year. 2. It's a collection mission. Woo-hoo-hoo, this is what we're doing. This is what we're already doing. We're just going to get paid a shitload more money for one of them than I would if I was doing one of Argo's side quests. 20 Tundra Coping Horns, no thanks. Marok Gems, no thanks. Amioshi Plague. Heart of the Woods. Prota. Ranterdung. 10 Revenant Pods. 10 Sunset Berries. I think we're going to choose the Revenant Pods because I don't think I need any of these at the moment for Argo's current side quests. Now, we will head off on this quest in just a minute. The free fly started yesterday, Ramoyne, and will run until the 28th of April. Huh. Okay. Interessant. Normally the free flies coincide with an event. Like Invictus or AE or something like that, or Alien Week or... And I haven't seen anything in the news updates, official news updates. I haven't seen anything here about free fly starting. Maintenance. Cooking a new PTU build. Currently in the progress of slowly working our way through this episode. We got the new career packs, all at $10. Acorn confirms it already started. Noobs everywhere. Okay, yeah, free fly. From April 17th through April 28th, discover the Silent Citizens verse for free. You can either choose an Anvil Arrow, a Crusader C1 Spirit, a Drake Corsair, a Drake Cutter, a Misk Fortune, or a Prospector. Well, I think out of that one, the C1 Spirit's probably the best one to choose. Patch notes for the new 4.1.1 build. So, coming back, right? I was playing around with the rules, yeah, and then I got involved in ChatGPT and I posted some stuff up on Discord, and there was surprisingly crickets. I asked ChatGPT some questions, right? So actually, it probably makes more sense if we look at it from this perspective. Let's jump into, this is a little bit easier to read. Jump into my drive, quest storylines. So I went through and I was like, you are the administrator of a major city. Hang on, let's maybe the first one. I mean, I basically posed a, where is it? Oh no, I don't have that one in here. Anyway, this is a good example. You are the customs. So I asked ChatGPT. I said, you are the customs and immigration official in the city of Lawville, located on the planet Hurston in the computer game Star Citizen. A new resident has been instructed by Constantine Hurston, the Hurston family member in charge of Lawville, to make themselves useful by completing tasks for various offices, such as the Customs and Immigration Office. What tasks do you ask them to complete? And this is what ChatGPT said. So this is what it posted back to me. Lawville Customs and Immigration Office, task sheet, confidential use only, location TISA Spaceport, level 3 clearance required, authorized by Officer D. Kellen, Customs Division, mandated by Constantine Hurston, who's the patriarchal representative. Citizen designation, unregistered resident status, probationary entry directive, make yourself useful from R.C. Hurston. Per direct instruction from Constantine Hurston, you are hereby required to complete the following tasks to assist the Customs and Immigration Office in maintaining order, surveillance, and corporate integrity across Lawville. Completion of all tasks will be noted in your residency ledger and contribute to your eventual clearance upgrades. And then it goes through and it suggests 10 things that we need to do, right? Contraband detection drill. Perform a sweep at TISA Spaceport's Gate 2 Customs Checkpoint. Identify 3 passengers carrying undeclared or suspicious cargo via scanner logs. Submit report with time codes. Manifest verification. Cross-reference incoming cargo manifests from a recent missed freelancer shipment against declared trade documents. Flag any discrepancies. You're looking for synthetic organics or unmarked metals. And it goes through, right? And there's some absolute bangers in here. Especially when you do like this one. You are the administrator of a major city, Lawville, set in the computer game Star Citizen. A new resident has come to your office and is asking for help leaving the city. You can give them permission to leave the city, but first they must complete 10 tasks for you. What do you ask them to do? And then I revised this question as I started to get more carried away with it. And I asked this: you are Constantine Hurston, the administrator of a major city, Lawville, set in the computer game Star Citizen. Your family founded Hurston Dynamics and the city of Lawville. A new resident has come to your office and asking for help leaving the city. You have little time or patience to deal with this vagrant, but you can give them permission to leave the city. But first, they must complete 10 tasks. So what do you ask them to do? And this is what ChatGPT said: Lawville Executive Office, Hurston Tower, 62nd floor. Audio recording log begins. Speaker Constantine Hurston's. You walk in here, grime on your boots, wide-eyed like some wind-lost nomad, asking me, Constantine Hurston, for permission to leave my city? Do you have any idea where you are? You're in Lawville, the iron womb of Hurston Dynamics. Everything you see, touch, breathe was shaped by my family's ambition. You don't leave without proving you're not a waste of synthetic oxygen. That said, I believe in utility. Even vagrants have potential, like scrap that hasn't yet been smelted. You want the gates open? You'll earn it. Complete these 10 tasks. Do so swiftly and quietly. Polish the family crest. At the top of Hurston Tower hangs our emblem. It's tarnished. I want it gleaming. You'll need a lift and a strong stomach. Collect 100 signatures of gratitude. Interview residents. Record 100 individuals stating why they're grateful for Hurston Dynamics. No sarcasm, I'll know. Order a mid-level supervisor. Choose one factory line manager at random. Observe their operations. File a report on inefficiencies. Don't get caught. There's an amazing one in here. Where is it? It might have been in a different one. Where is it? This was a maintenance one. You were the administrator of a major city, blah, blah, blah. Spend one full shift in the waste disposal unit, sorting recyclable metals from hazardous materials. No shortcuts, wear a mask. Report 3 loiterers or vandals in the lower promenade. Names, photos, submit to district enforcement. Where is it? Maybe I'll put it on Discord. Let me check Discord. There was some killers in here. Public morale check. Yeah, here we go. Hand out 25 propaganda leaflets near the Metro Centre during peak hours. Smile, make contact. Monument cleaning. It's a bit difficult to read on Discord. Oh, Vantage Rentals. I don't think I put Vantage Rentals in the document. But the Vantage Rentals ones, which is, while we're here. Oh, hang on, let's just move about in the game so we don't get timed down. I asked ChatGPT, you're the manager of Vantage Rentals in the city of Lawville, in the Computer Game Star Citizen. An untrusted new visitor in the city is wanting to rent a spaceship for Vantage Rentals. You need to assign them some tasks to complete in order to earn your trust. What do you ask them to do? And the response? Welcome to Vantage Rentals, located right here in the proud heart of Lawville, home of industry, grit and responsibility. Now, I don't know you, and in this city, trust isn't handed out with ship keys. You want to rent a ship from Vantage? You're going to have to prove you're not a liability. Ships are expensive, clients are picky, and Lawville doesn't tolerate freeloaders or fools. And then it gives you the missions. Once completed, submit your verification form to the Vantage kiosks, signed by at least 2 floor supervisors. Only then do you get access to our ship inventory, and no, you're not starting with a carrack. We'll start you on something humble, like a Drake mule. Earn your wings, rookie. In Lawville, flight isn't a right, it's a responsibility. Vantage Rentals manager Colin Dross. You still in? Or are you just another tourist? Oh, you can't see anything because of the chat overlay. Oh god, I went through all of that. I should have got rid of the chat. Oh, hang on. We've got to set something up for that. Right. Thank you. Who mentioned that? Metaphysical. Let's get rid of the chat. I've set up, I think I changed something here. The chat's not timing out, which it should. Here we go. Chat should disappear after 2 minutes, or a message on chat. And then in my... I read through all of that. ChatGPT is scary. All right, let's set up here. OBS, source visibility. Gameplay sources. Okay, let's set that up there. So now we should be able to turn the chat off. Yeah, it was a huge amount of fun playing around with ChatGPT. And obviously the missions that it gives you, so for example, talking about these ones, industrial maintenance, replace a faulty oxygen recycler unit on the lower levels of Gate 03 subdeck, air's precious here, keep it clean. How do we do that, right? Supply retrieval, recover a shipment of missing microtech components lost in the L-19 workers' habitat. Rumor is the dust rats got to it first. How do we do that? Citizen interview, document and report the daily schedule of a long-term resident. We value routine. Disruption is dangerous. How do we do that? Oh, here's that handout, public, the 25 propaganda leaflets. And there's another one. It's absolute gold. I've got to find it. Data shard recovery. Enter a restricted comms relay and retrieve a corrupted data shard lost during last month's security blackout. No questions asked. Lawville builds character. The void reveals at Chairman Hurston. Behavioral profiling. Loyalty pledge submission. Write and submit a personal statement explaining why you choose to settle in Lawville and what loyalty to Hurston Dynamics means to you. Use formal tone, no sarcasm. Here we go. Dispose of an unauthorized graffiti. Someone has scrawled "Freedom isn't corporate" on the outer transit tunnel. Find it, remove it, find the artist, convince them otherwise. It's so good. So, you know, I spent a little bit of time messing about with ChatGPT to, give me some starting points for the first few initial quests or activities or tasks. I guess what are tasks in the rules? They're called tasks. Or the first few tasks that you need to start doing in order to start building Infamy. Now, Infamy you gain from doing tasks at major landing zones or orbital space stations. And that Infamy is what is used to start unlocking new locations. And so as you start to become more well-known, people are more likely in your starting locations to give you information about new places to visit. Right, let's sort out our ship. Why is there no ship here? I thought we retrieved it. Oh, it's on its way up. It's down the bottom. All right, so we need our armor and a backpack, and we need to collect a whole bunch of stuff from our terminal here, of which we have many. The stack all button cannot come fast enough. So we need at least 10 Revenant pods. We've got 42, plus I'm sure others here. Here's another 9. Oh, we have some Dolovine and stuff that we can sell. Thank you very much. Yeah, that stack all button. And if you do this too many times, it wigs out and then resets everything. So I'm having a lot of fun playing around with a Life Uncharted. When is Argo branching out to other planets? Well, see, this is the question, right? How do we get to those other planets? And this has been one of the big things that's been on my mind since the beginning. And I've spoken about it on and off throughout different episodes. Is, how do we get to new locations? Because at the moment it's completely random what the quest system or what locations the quest system will give us in terms of new places to visit. Where the hell is the ship? Why hasn't it come up yet? It's freaking down there.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Get stuffed.
Please visit us again.
No.
Bye.
No. Has he visited other cities yet? Not yet. Not yet. I think we bought the location for Area 8 in episode 16, so we could go there to sell some stuff to Cubby Blast. But he hasn't been anywhere else, so I guess this is part of the reason for 2.0 of A Life Uncharted is to put a bit of a bit of a story in place, or a bit of a progression system, much like you'd get in any MMO. You start in a starting area, and then the quest system moves you into different zones. And you discover the map and unlock new locations and all that sort of stuff through that process. So I'm working on a bunch of that for 2.0. That when he gets to a certain level of infamy, again, that is built by doing tasks and quests and building your local reputation. When he gets to a certain level of infamy, he'll be introduced to, the next system or the next location, Microtech, ArtCorp, Crusader, and then eventually to Pyro. So all those things I'll build into the rule set. So you have freedom of, or you have player agency to do what you wish. And then when you get to certain points of both your infamy, of your guild reputation, of local reputation, you'll start unlocking, these new major regions that you can then start going to and doing the same thing, building local reputation, exploring new locations, discovering new things, etc. Right on, my friend, how are you? Stubble streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Oh my God, the sound quality. Yeah, well, let me know if we have any audio issues today. Is the sound quality good or bad, Rhino? What's going on? Tell me your thoughts. All right, so this one says retrieve, not claim,
Vehicle
which is good.
selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Argo Hurston's small hangar. Okay, so let's see if it's actually there this time. We badly need a drink. Yeah, so I don't know. I have made some small changes to the Duo. We've thrown in a bit of processing and stuff and added a noise gate. And so hopefully, let me know how we go. If no one has mentioned that the Echo is back except Acorn pre-stream during the opening credits, I guess we can call them, the opening song. Good, is it, Rhino? That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
All right, ship's there. Lovely. Now we can get our armor, get our backpack, collect these 10 Revenant pods from our inventory, collect a bunch of other stuff that Argo has in the side quest system. It doesn't sound too bad, says Acorn. Well, that's good. Hopefully we don't get any echoes or anything like that tonight. Are the alerts in another room? They sound a little distant, do they?
Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Sounds like they're in a bucket. All right, well that... Oh, God, my containers aren't here. All right, we'll store the ship and retrieve it again. First, let's get ourselves a backpack. So the alerts don't sound fantastic, hey? That's okay. We'll slowly tweak things, as we have been doing with the Life Uncharted over 16 episodes, and we're at the point now where a new rewrite is required, which is what we've been discussing. And much like that, the audio here, now that I've got the new hardware, we'll continue to tweak it and build it and develop it as each of the episodes goes on. All right, so we need 10 Revenant pods. Nice and quick and easy for our Rayari mission. Nice, quick, easy 10,000 credits. Tundra Copian Horns, let's chuck them in there. Let's have a quick look at our quest log. So that's our quest storylines, which we were having a look at. Version 2, here we go, version 1. All right, so we need 5 Golden Medmen and 5 Heart of the Woods. So we've got all of these things we need to collect. Where the hell? Here we go. Golden Medmens. We need 5 of these. There's going to be a big stack of them. There it is. Let's stack them together. So we need 5 of these. 5 Golden Medmens. And 5 Heart of the Woods. They're Batambus, which we'll get in a minute. 5 Heart of the Woods. All right, that finishes off a Mother Cure, which we need to complete at Edmund. We need 5 Sunset Berries, which are these ones here. We should be able to stack these. There should be another big group of these. There they are. And some more of them. Oh God, that stack all button. Be absolutely glorious. We need some blue belvers too. 5 sunset berries, 4 blue bilvers, which are these ones, 4 of these. And 2 Pingala seeds. Pingala seeds are where? What do Pingala seeds look like? Maybe there are no Pingala seeds in the game anymore. Maybe there's no Pingala seeds. All right, well, we won't worry about the Pingala seeds. Maybe they're not accessible in the game right now. Again, many of these quests are very old and were written based on a list of harvester rules that I found on Seastone, I think. 5 Patambu. How do I not know what these look like yet? Oza, Prota, Patambu. 5 Patambus. And 5 Oza. 5 Oza. Actually, we're going to be able to complete 5 side quests. 5 Oza. And we need 5 Amiyoshi Plague. And 5 Revenant Pods. Revenant Pods. Oh god, are we not transferring things? Oh my god! Mr. Mustang, my friend, how's the stream going? Look, we're completing some side quests for Mr. Argo Hurston, but right now the inventory is giving me some grief. Okay, those have been transferred. Which ones haven't we transferred? That's the question. Oza. The Oza is not transferring. 5 Oza. And 5 more Revenant Pods. And 5 more Revenant Pods. So we currently have a quest for Rayari, courtesy of Skeet Skeet on the old Twitcheroo, spending up some of his Tim Tams to fire up a quest. 69,000. So now we got to double check all of these, right? Which ones haven't been transferred? The Patambus. So I need 5 gold members, Heart of the Woods. Oh, and we need an extra Oza. Missed that one. An extra Oza. Five golden medmans, 5 Heart of the Woods, and 1 Oza. 5 sunset berries. Here we go. 5 sunset berries, 4 blue bilver, and the Pingala seeds we're not going to worry about. 5 Patam. Oh, now which ones am I counting and which ones haven't I counted? Oh, God. Patambu, I think this is the first quest. 5 Revenant Pods. 5 Oza. 5 Amiyoshi Plague. All right, I think we've got everything we need. Let's get the ship back. Hopefully our store all boxes are inside the ship.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Yeah, so Mr. Mustang, things are going very well. We're having a bit of a chat about A Life Uncharted 2.0, version 2, second edition, what have you. The changes that I'm making to the system, you know, we're essentially rewriting it from scratch, based on, obviously, our experiences here over the last 16 episodes of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. And just rounding out some of the areas of the system that I've never really been happy with, or that have just grown as we've played through episodes. It's gotten to the point where we really are in the, the second edition sort of realm. It's not version 1.1. There's been enough changes, significant changes to warrant 2.0. Mr. Ramoyne, what name do you call your Cutter Rambler? Every good ship deserves a name. The Cutter Rambler is the good old Archie Bunker. The good old Archie Bunker that Argo obviously picked up from his ex-wife Amelia, which did originally belong to Amelia's brother, John. And he sort of abandoned it after having owned it for sort of a week or two. And the whole van life, the whole Winnebago experience just wasn't for him. So he sort of mothballed it and jumped in his 890 and went off on an adventure. And at some point, probably I want to say around episode, somewhere between episodes 5 and 10, I don't know, who knows? Somewhere suggested the name Archie Bunker. And so that's what we're rolling with. Now we need to, let's get out of here, then we'll set a course. We'll go complete the Rayari mission first. That's going to pay us, a healthy 69,000. C8R when? I'm not sure. At this point, now that I'm working on the second edition, which is going to be a little bit more fleshed out. I'm not sure, what the future right now for Argo is. As I mentioned last stream, maybe a case that, once I've gotten to a point with, second edition, the king is dead. Long live the king. Will I be wiping for second edition? Indeed, we'll wipe for second edition. So at this point, I'm not massively keen to, buy new ships and stuff for Argo, because there is no easy way in the game to get rid of ships that you buy, between patches or wipes or stuff like that. But, it may be the case that, we just keep Argo as he is, and we just roll into the second edition. We obviously have access to other alt accounts that we can start from zero with. And so maybe from a playtest perspective, as I mentioned before, I've been using, my Curtis Crouch account, which obviously has nothing, as a play bed or as a testing ground for some of the concepts in the second edition. Let's go and do this contract map. Oops, nope. There is a way from the contract here to set a course for it, right? There we go. Up to Microtech, hey? Let's go. Oh, I don't know if I've got fuel for this journey. Guess we're going to find out. And I guess we can finish watching the episode of Inside Star Citizen, all about hair, while we're on our journey. But we've got enough stuff now to finish 5 side quests. Oh, and we're going up to New Babbage, or we're going up to Microtech Way, so we can pick up the Moby Glass for the quest that we need to complete, called Need a Burner. Hi, hello. So this is a good mission to have. It's not about suffering, Acorn. It's about finding the experiences that the game hasn't yet provided me. So if we come back to our comments and notes, so quests are local activities. So these are things that you pick up when you go to a new region. Tasks are activities that we complete at major landing zones and orbital space stations, and they earn the player infamy. We'll talk about infamy shortly. And guild contracts are basically the contract system from the Moby Glass, and you use the guild credits you earn whenever you're completing the quests, these guild credits. You spend those guild credits and you basically cash them in to have access to the contracts in the Moby Glass. Again, it represents the work that you're doing on behalf of a guild, and that guild recognizing that you're doing work that contributes to the guild's notoriety or prosperity or whatever, and then allows you to spend that money on doing one of those contracts. Quests allow a player to start building local reputation and begin unlocking new locations in that region, i.e. on a specific moon or a specific planet. Tasks are activities that start earning the player infamy, which can be used to unlock new regions. So when I've unlocked a region, for example, if I'm starting on Lawville, I'll have access to Lawville and its surrounding locations. But the new regions, I need infamy. So once I've built my character to a point where his infamy has reached a certain level, I'll then get access to new regions, which can be used to unlock new regions, i.e. unlock a new location on a new moon or a planet that you haven't visited yet. Guild contracts will be one of the main sources of income for the player and allows the player to exchange guild credits earned by completing quests to accept contracts from the Moby Glass. So I'm freeing up the player, and I was going to say Argo, but it could be anybody, I guess. Let's just use Argo because that's where we are. This frees up Argo a little bit in terms of being able to, have access to the Moby Glass based on the side quests that he's doing by exploring around and visiting settlements and outposts and doing jobs for people and, being recognised by his guild for the activities that he's doing. Quests are found by visiting locations, as we have always done. Initially, the only quantum locations the player knows are the home planet and the major landing zone. So at the moment, at the beginning, Curtis, for example, will only have in his quantum drive the locations for Hurston, the planet, and Lawville, the city. When a player visits a location, they can determine if any new quests are available. Initially, the player will need to complete tasks at their starting location to unlock their first new locations. So that's what we went through before when we were talking about ChatGPT and all the fun stuff that it suggested there. Some of these tasks will involve spending a UEC. So again, it's not advised to start a Life Uncharted with 0 credits. Again, coming back to one of the previous points, it's not a 0 to hero run. There are going to be some tasks there that require you to have to invest. You might have to buy some burritos or some med pens or, purchase a tiger claw from somewhere or something like that in order to be able to complete those tasks. So as I've mentioned here, it's not recommended to start with 0 credits. And I don't recommend starting with a fully disabled ship. And I did mention that if you want to play in hardcore mode, then remove all the other components of the ship and just leave it with a power core. Just as we did with Argo in the beginning, way back in the episode 1, we started with this ship and all it had was a power core. And then we progressed over time and collected enough stuff and enough income to be able to buy the components for the ship. And all right, we're going to get a little bit of sunlight when we can go hand in here at Rayari Caltag Research Outpost. Nice quick 69,000 credits. And we'll finish reading through those comments and notes because whilst I haven't finished them, where I am up to in terms of writing out, I guess, the core guidelines, I'm quite happy with. And it is those core guidelines that really flesh out the, the whole system. I'm really booting for a minute then. Jump back into nav mode for these last couple of kilometers. Obviously popping into SEM to drop all that speed we had. I mean, there could be circumstances where Argo's sent to a location to be able to, complete a mission. but he may not have the coordinates for those. And simply going to that location doesn't unlock the coordinates in his quantum drive for him to be able to come back there again. He'll temporarily, I guess, be given access or a quantum location for whatever mission he's on, or task or activity or whatever in the case may be, in order to be able to get to that location. Hang on, we're going to need... I'm not 100% sure where we are. And we have no tractor beam. Lovely. Maybe it's in the cupboard. It doesn't work. Lovely. What about this one? Doesn't work. Lovely. Oh man, we need to buy a max lift. Oops. And what about this one? Tractor beam. Okay, I'm not on a pad, so oh no, we need to get on a pad, don't we? I'm not on a pad, so I can't use it. All right. Now we do the inventory dance to get these 10 Revenant pods submitted to Rayari. Let's put the 10 pods in the box. 10 Revenant pods. No! Okay, let's jump out of there. Try again. There we go. Send it down. All right, we'll bring it back up again. This time with the Revenant pods taken out of the box, still on the freight elevator. Take our box back, send the pods down, and that'll complete our quest for Rayari. Let's grab our box. Now, at the moment, the way that we've been playing a Life Uncharted is that in the beginning, we did say that whenever Argo goes to a location, he'll have to determine if there's any... Yes. Okay, there we go. He'll have to determine if there's any quests there, and then we changed it to if he wants to, and he goes to a location... If he wants to check for side quests, we can. If he doesn't have to, he doesn't need to. In the second edition, this whole concept of infamy, local reputation, guild credits, is that these will be an earnable resource, I guess we could call them. But on the other hand, there could be negatives, right? For example, we've come to this location. If this was a known location, and Argo comes here and he doesn't check with the local population, is there anything new you want me to do? Then, there could be consequences, right? In terms of negative reputation or a loss of infamy. Argo came to visit us and didn't, bother checking with anybody if there's anything that needs to be done. Especially in, more remote settlements or outposts. Perhaps maybe not so much in these mining, outposts, but in terms of settlements or outposts, which are out there in the fringes. If you go there and decide not to help the local population, it's not really going to harm you significantly, but there might be a small drop in your reputation in that region. Similarly, that if we decide to say, okay, well, look, let's check the notice board, if we want to call it a notice board, and see what jobs are available. That if I don't accept all the jobs, or there might be jobs there that's like urgent, like you need to complete this job, and if you don't decide to take this job, then there could be a consequence or loss of local reputation or system or region infamy. You might lose some infamy in that region for not doing that priority quest. So it's been a huge amount of fun to work on, and like I said earlier, I think we'll get up to about episode 22 of season 1 of A Life Uncharted before I'm at the point where I've had enough time to work on the rules and got it into a point where we can start playtesting it. There's never any boxes in these research outposts, hey? Until it's at the point where we can say, okay, look, it's time to start season 2. Season 2, episode 1 of A Life Uncharted 2.0. With everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. I don't know why I checked these buildings. I've never seen a loot box here. Let's get out of here. I think we'll head over to Microtech. We'll go grab ourselves that Moby glass. Where do we need to go to? We need to go visit Edmund Deacon's research outpost, which I think is in this area. The Kosso Basin Aid Shelter and Finn's Folly to go hand in 5 side quests. And everything we need to hand in is in our backpack. Just going back to the ChatGPT thing for a moment. I was given that the player's going to wake up, and we're specifically talking about Stanton because I haven't spent a great deal of time in Pyro, and and so from my perspective, and I don't really envisage too many people playing Star Citizen this way, that it doesn't really matter too much if I don't have Pyro represented in the starting locations and stuff like that, because for me, it's for distracting me from real life things you were about to do. Motherfig, how are you, my friend? Welcome. We'll put some headphones on, man, and go about doing your real life things, and you can have a listen to me ramble. So I don't mind too much that that the rules are really going to not really apply to starting out in Pyro. I will do the 4 main locations here in Stanton. There's quite a lot of work, right? If we come back and we have a look at the locations, there's quite a lot of work. Let's take a look at Everest Harbour here, for example. This is Everest Harbour, right? These are all the locations in Everest Harbour that I've found where some sort of task, again, tasks are things that we do in major landing zones or orbital space stations, will terminate. So our task givers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've got 6 task givers up at Everest Harbour. The Easy Hab foyer, the Kelto Clinic reception, the Travelers Rentals on the cargo deck, the Logistics desk in the cargo center, and the Interstellar Transport Guild desk again on the cargo center. So there's 3 quest givers in the cargo area, and then the admin office in the Galleria. They're the 6 places on Everest Harbour where we can go to get tasks to start building Infamy. But then there's a whole bunch of other locations where those tasks will take us to. So if we have a look at version 1, right, where we had our errands, I would start somewhere and I would finish somewhere. Are there any errands here? It's a madhouse around here. There are 5 errands that need to be completed. Okay, what's the errand? You'll be given the location of a new quantum location when this errand is completed. Okay. What is the... So it's determined now that I need to go from the perimeter gate number 4 Customs and Information Office to the production quad main terminals. And I can add this to the quest log. And it's going to give me a quantum location. So what's the quantum location? No new location has been discovered. Bastards. What's the errand? Again, it's going to randomize these results here. Here we go, from New Deal front counter to Constantine Hurston's executive office. He wants the keys for his new ship. Send this to the log. So instead of having this starting location, the starting location in version 2 is determined by the task giver. So I would go to a specific office like Vantage Rentals or Kelto Medical Clinic to the reception desk, and I would check at that location, are there any tasks here that you want me to do? And so from that perspective, I started having a look at ChatGPT and asking it, you are the manager of Vantage Rentals, what tasks would you give to someone who's interested in renting a ship from you that you don't know and you don't trust? And so that way, the tasks that we have can start to be a little bit more specific. They've got, some description. And again, as you can see, I haven't really gone very far with the task at this stage. Rather than just this make-believe, okay, I need to go to New Deal front counter, so we run over to New Deal front counter, make-believe something is going on, and then we go run over to Constantine Hurston's executive office, and then we make-believe that we're finishing the quest, and then that's that errand done, and then we get on with the next one. I would like to have tasks, come back to second edition, tasks specific to each of these locations, the various different offices, customs, immigration, lost and found, all this sort of stuff. Am I not playing with Rayari or Wicklow then? 100%. Those are still part of the system. There's still part of the contract system here, which I'm calling guilds. So these, just like we have always had access to the Moby-Glass under specific sorts of situations, will still be the case. That we can still, like we've just done a collection mission for Rayari. We just dropped off 10 Revenant pods. We earned ourselves a nice sweet 69,000 credits. Up to 888,000 credits for Mr. Argo Hurston. But we're just going to be able to access these and do them in different ways. Again, coming back to the perspective that we don't always have access to the Moby-Glass, so we can't just continually spam out these, whatever this one is, 15 Marek gems or 10 Heart of the Woods. I've probably got 10 Heart of the Woods right now in my backpack. We could complete another one of these. But from that perspective, we need to start building our guild reputation and start earning guild credits to be able to spend. So for example, this one here is a collection mission. And it's worth 69k. So let's go and have a look at a Life Uncharted, at guild contracts. It's a collection mission for 69k. So it's a tier 2 contract, right? I'd need to collect and then spend 10 guild credits. To get 10 guild credits, I'd need to do a whole bunch of different quests, and I'm slowly starting to write these out. I'd need to complete, a certain number of quests to earn 10 guild credits to be able to spend to then, do that mission. And each of these guild credits, and at the moment we don't have anything in here for collection, but, this list will be quite vast. I can't use reputation that I'm earning with the Mercenary Guild to spend on, collection contracts. Or conversely, I can't collect salvage credits with the Salvage Guild to spend with the Mercenary Guild, etc., etc. So there'll be a player profile, which I'll build in here, and then we'll create some fun stuff. We'll have overlays on the screen, and I'll get the counter plugin for Stream Deck, so we can have my reputation, my infamy, all my different guild rankings, and all that sort of stuff up there on the screen. Right, let's get out of here. Let's have a quick look. We need to go to, let's get rid of these two. Side quests in the quest log. This one, Deacon's Research Outpost. Where is this? Oh, it's all the way over in Crusader. All right, we'll do that last. Let's head on over to New Babbage. Because we need to buy a Moby Glass for the quest Need a Burner. This is another thing I've really been enjoying in version 2, right? So in version 1, we have these side quests, and it's basically a quest name and a little description. But in version 2, I've changed up a little bit. We have the quest name, then we have a description, and then the objectives, right? So Need a Burner. The damn UAE monitors everything around here. We just want to live in peace. That's why we came out here. Obviously, my Moby Glass is registered to me, but I need another one that can't be easily traced back to our settlement. Deliver 1 Moby Glass. The on-screen chat is, I've switched it off at the moment, Motherfig. We can put it back on. As I'm going through some of these things, because somebody mentioned that, the on-screen chat is interfering with, the ability to read the spreadsheets and stuff that I was showing. All right, let's head on up. Get a microtech, grab ourselves a burner. Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Sorry, skate. You know the rules, man. You know the rules. Can I shorten it so it's wide? It is quite big, isn't it? I will need to make some modifications to it. I'm not sure. I think I need to, in Restream, change the size of the widget itself in Restream. Because it gets its dimensions from the Restream app. Something to add to the list of things that needs to be tweaked. I guess, there was a way to do it. Just we can make it bigger. Whoops. Messing up all my scenes, man. Maybe I can't do it when it's active. Look at me just turning up and causing shit. Well, that's, we're all here to enjoy an experience, and if we can participate in that experience, it's all the better for everyone. All right, off to New Bab. Go pick ourselves up on Moby Glass. That'll be 6 quests then we can complete tonight for Mr. Argo Hurston. Lovely. I think that'll clear our quest log. I think I've just realised. Oh no, we have to. We have to. Locations. No, where is it? we don't actually have the location for New Babbage. So all this time we've been flying to New Babbage, and Argo doesn't have the quantum location for New Babbage. I'll just remember, Motherford, to kill the chat whenever I'm showing anything on screen. When I'm showing anything on screen that requires the chat to be gone. So technically, as it stands, Argo shouldn't be here. It doesn't actually have the location to come to New Babbage. Lucky, how are you, my friend? Thank you for joining us on Twitch, 07s.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the thermal parameters standard.
It's fair. It's fair. It's big fun. Let's make it 10 grand. Flying to locations that he doesn't actually know. See, so in a Life Uncharted, he'll have to earn enough infamy to then enough infamy at Lawville to then be able to, unlock Microtech and its capital city. What's going on here? What am I missing? What am I missing? Where the hell's the entrance? Oh, maybe on the other side? No, it's on the left hand. Oh, there it is. It's called exploration. Exactly. Exactly. Bomb. Let's get changed. Can't go running through New Babbage in a undersuit. Maybe we'll visit a clothes store. Alright, so Argo is a xenophobe, you reckon? Let's just got that fine bought temp destination coordinates. Yep, 100%. 100%. So far in a Life Uncharted, the ability to unlock new coordinates has been discoverable either through the side quest system or going to an admin center and buying the coordinates. We did originally start with new coordinates being a 5,000 credit cost for quantum or existing star map locations, or 10,000 for a location that was hidden, i.e. doesn't have a quantum beacon and you can't jump to it, but you can navigate to it, like caves and outposts and that sort of stuff. And then at some point I increased it to 10,000. And then I increased the distribution centers to 20,000 because they have higher value in terms of access to loot or stuff like that. Okay, so we want to go to the commons and all the way across to the other side. And so in the second edition of A Life Uncharted 2.0, I need to work through sort of a tiered structure for the different locations. So mining outposts, for example, relatively, known locations, visited by people all the time, not significantly valuable from a game perspective, in terms of the sort of loot and stuff that you can get from those locations. So those might only be tier 1 locations, and tier 1 locations cost $5,000. Whereas the Hathor locations, where the loot that you can collect from those locations is significantly better, those might be like a tier 4 location, and a tier 4 location might be $100,000. So there could be the opportunity that Argo might discover these as part of his exploration and doing quests and all that sort of stuff. Or if for some reason he really needed it, and he had the cash buck dollary dues, he could decide to spend, the money to unlock, one of those tier 4 or tier 5 locations. So that is something else that I've started working on and is at the very beginning stages, and really needs to be fleshed out for the second edition of A Life Uncharted. And as I mentioned before, a lot of the stuff I'm now looking to have sort of different tiers. So that not only do quests and that sort of stuff have a tier level, but expenses have a tier level. So your insurance might increase, based on the number of ships that you have, or perhaps even your infamy. If you become a well-known explorer, your infamy is increasing. The insurance company might say, look, you're becoming more of a risk. The more you adventure around, the riskier you are from an insurance perspective, because unlike a regular citizen who's just chilling out at home and has their ship insured for their commute, or their buggy or whatever insured for their commute, you on the other hand are a bit more of a risk, because you're adventuring all over the place. You're starting to develop a reputation as an explorer. People know who you are. You're unlocking new regions. You're traveling to places that you haven't been before, or perhaps might even be more dangerous, and thus therefore you've now become a tier 2 liability, and thus therefore your insurance is more expensive. Let's get our Moby glass, chuck that in our pocket. Now one thing that we really badly need in this game, and hopefully it's coming at some stage soon, is backpacks for clothing. So I can carry a satchel bag or a backpack or something like that. So for players who are playing like this, where you wear clothes in a civilized environment, but still need the ability to carry stuff, then you can have a backpack. Hopefully that comes at some stage. I want to take a quick moment as we navigate back. I don't think there's anything else that we need to do here. We could go shopping a little bit for some new clothes, or perhaps buy some food. I'm going to post this up on YouTube. Let's whore ourselves out a little bit. I was thinking that maybe there's some way that I can sort of incorporate food and clothing and all that sort of stuff. And I'm sure at some stage, I will. But let's get out of here. Let's complete some quests. So again, coming back to, version 2, Argo's just visited New Babbage and is heading out. So there could be a small loss of infamy here, notoriety, if you will, that Argo has come here and done nothing for the local area. I kind of like that idea because it has been several episodes since Argo's actually picked up any side quests. Because I'm not forced to now when I visit a location, pick up side quests, that we just haven't been collecting any. And we really, to be honest, haven't been completing very many. And so from that perspective, I like the idea that in version 2...
Stream Snack Support Fund, sir.
Oh dear.
Legendary Team Nomad has contributed $5 to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Thanks for the Temtams. Team Nomad is watching you today, you Australian hunka hunk.
Oh, you're a legend. You're a legend. How are you? How are you?
I'm sad to report that several internal systems have been causing me some headaches, sir. But I have them under control.
Not you, Atreyu. Thank you, Dutchman, for tuning in. Thank you for your contribution to the Stream Snack Support Fund. As always, Argo trying to get involved in the the discussions. Rude. All right, let's chuck this in our backpack so we know that we've got it. Oh no, that's not the backpack. Now we could head on over to Deacon's. This is a new location, right? So we've been given the coordinates for it. Version 1, side quest log. So we picked up the burner. That needs to go to the Ashburn Channel Aid Shelter. So we should be able to see that here, Ashburn, where is it? I reckon it's going to be over somewhere around Crusader. Ashburn Channel Aid Shelter has been discovered, as has Deacon's Research Outpost, because they've been given to us in the quest system. Doing good, man? You're getting used to being a dad? Well, it's exciting, man. It's so nice when they're that little. It's so nice when they're that little. They spend all their time eating, sleeping, or shitting. But they're so tiny, and just lying down and just cuddling with them and just have them sitting on your chest. I remember when Charlotte was tiny, I could just hold her in my hand. I'm very well, thanks, mate. I'm very well, Dutchman. Actually, I was watching a new sailing channel that I discovered yesterday. I can't remember the name of the channel, unfortunately. But he was from Norway. And he was out sailing between Greenland. He made 4 expeditions to try and get there. And he goes sailing for a couple of months each year. And it just reminded me of you, Dutch. You had a big beard and a shaved head, and and I was like, oh man, that's a proper Viking right there. So next year he's wanting to do an expedition from Norway to Lindisfarne, which is where the Norwegian Vikings first went to in England to the small monastery up there at Lindisfarne, and made landfall on the English island. All right, what are we doing? We put away our Moby glass. Let's get out of here. The amount of farts he produces makes me a proud dad, a proud man. It was, yeah, it's so amazing. His channel was so good. You know, he was coming across between Greenland and Norway, and full sails, you know, main up, you know, all 3 sails up. And like he's standing on the stern of the ship, just holding onto one of the guides, and you know, just on the front of the ship, so, you know, on autopilot obviously, and just cruising along, bouncing on the waves and stuff, and the ship's tilted all the way over, and there's water splashing along the side, and it's like, this is what I love. This is the best thing for me, being out here in the ocean, flying home or sailing home to see my family. And he's like just hanging out there on the end of the ship, and it's bouncing through the ocean, and the waves are crashing into him and stuff, and it's so good. Yeah, so I'm quite keen to get a boat at some stage. A blue water vessel, something I can cross oceans in. Sort of, you know, I'd like to set, you know, realistically a 3-year target to A, learn to sail, B, go sailing a lot, and learn, and then by the 3rd year have saved enough money to be able to buy, a 40-foot boat or something. I'm still not decided between monohulls or a catamaran. Monohulls significantly cheaper, both from a cost perspective and from a maintenance perspective. Obviously, with a catamaran, you've got 2 hulls, so you know you've got more maintenance. But a catamaran is more comfortable to sail, more space. But yeah, I love it, man. I know how sailing like that is. It is one of the best feelings. Probably our Viking blood. Probably. All right, might head over to Deacon's, which is all the way out at Crusader, because everything else... Oh, actually, Deacon's and Ashburn are both out this way, so we can complete both of those. Yeah, I haven't been sailing since I was a teenager. Or my late teens, I suppose. The first time I went sailing was during our Year 8 camp at school called West Venture, which was a 2.5-week camp. And part of that involved, you know, it was a crazy camp. It was so much fun. I loved it. Part of that involved like a 4-day expedition from, you know, we got taken from the camp, I suppose, or the facility we were staying at, and dropped off out in the middle of nowhere, and given maps, and you know, we had our backpacks and everything that we needed with us for 4 days, and given maps, and you know, said you've got to get back to camp from here, and it should take you 4 days. And obviously, you know, they've got people watching in the area and all that sort of stuff, and so the first day you just spent hiking, you know, having to, you know, orientate yourself on the map, you know, get to this location, and, you know, then you'll get, you know, the next bit. It's kind of like a game, right? Then you'll get the next bit of information, and part of it was a sail down the river, and that was another 1-day journey. And you'd get to the point where you get your sailboat, and you know, you'd have all your instructors and everything, and you know, somebody would come with you. I think we were in a group of 6 or something, or maybe 5. I can't quite remember. There wasn't a lot of us, and then you'd sail for a day down the river, and then you'd stop, camp out overnight under the stars. So no tents or anything are allowed on that night. You just had to sleep in your sleeping bags under the stars, and then get back in the ship or the boat, and then complete the rest of the sail down to sort of the, you know, the entrance where the river sort of down near the Onkaparinga, you know, went out into the ocean. It was amazing. So much fun. Sailing isn't hard. It's great to do. It's amazing in the middle of a storm. Yeah, longest sailing trip I was on was 6 weeks. I broke my nose that trip as well as on the sail beam. Amazing. All right, so whilst we travel out here, let's finish up this.
As I got this type of feedback, I was, okay, let's push this and see how far we can go. And so we have a bit of a range which is a bit too wide for now in terms of hairs that we're using. One of the last meetings with CR regarding this aspect, he told me, Andrew, what we need now is Jared's hair, is Andrea's hair, is move away from the outrageous, move away from the military hairstyles. That's the direction for now, to get established a good solid base of hairs. And on the creatures, we're going a bit wilder now. We're starting to push the limits as to fully covered with fur creatures and stuff like that. Before we started with small patches of fur here and there on the creatures, and now we're just making all things together. Well, I'm eager to do hairstyles that will be longer than the limitation that we currently have. Our current limitation is the shoulders, simply because of the way the armors work and the helmets work, and we don't want it to be clipping all along. So I'm really looking at the day that we can make hairs that are longer, and I'd love to do like a big dreadlock that goes straight down. Yeah, so I'm really, really proud of my team. Everything that I said here is basically a teamwork. My team does not involve only the people under me, it also involves the people above that feed me with stuff and that help me get better. The hair story here has been a success, and has been a success because we're working together. That's the only reason. I wouldn't be here talking or doing anything. I wouldn't have been a CitizenCon stage without any of them. So that's very clear to me. We are now through a moment that we can create any hairstyle that we want. And I'm very proud of that.
Woohoo!
And with more than 30 new hairstyles scheduled to make their way into the persistent
this,
universe
Jared
across
rocking
each
the
remaining
mode.
patch this year, the options for self-expression in Star Citizen are just one more way 2025 will continue to deliver more content than ever before. Now, I also want to tell you about this new Squadron 42 Spotlight that's being delivered directly to inboxes right now about every 2 months or so. It comes with timed exclusives, never before seen visuals, audio files, story information, all that kind of stuff included. So don't forget to check your inboxes for that, and then of course opt in through the account settings on the website if you really want that content before everyone else. And then of course for those of you with friends, with friends thinking about trying out Star Citizen, our very first free fly of the year starts today with 6 vehicles to choose from. The universe truly is better with friends, or so I'm told. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. As always, thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you. And we'll see you
There we
all
go.
here
It's
next
interesting.
week. It's WrestleMania weekend.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I really do love the new character creator and their hair options. You know, I'd love to see a few more things. You want the Argo hoodie? Make your own and sell them too, Crouch? What? Hoodies? Or some After Dark merch? After Dark merch. The hell? Hoodies, t-shirts, jumpers, caps, and coffee mugs. That's what you're supposed to have, right? There we go. Stream Elements with a pleasant reminder. Subscribe. That's all you need to do. Help boost my ego. Seriously though, thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate you spending time with me. I really do, which is why I put that message there on Stream Elements to pop up however often it pops it up. I really appreciate people tuning in with me. We got 22 people watching on YouTube tonight. 10 likes. Amazing. Thank you. Double digits. And we've got a handful on Twitch tonight. 8 people tuning in. There is a lot of people out there streaming. There's a lot of content out there to consume. There's a lot of options. And you choosing to have me playing in the background or sitting down and actively watching or just choosing to spend some of your time with me in general is greatly appreciated. Alright, let's go drop off this first side quest. We'll throw some random things on the ground. Then we'll go to Ashburn, which is also out here in Crusader. That'll tick off 2 of our side quests. Deacon's Research Outpost paying us a small bonus. So again, coming back to version 2, the AUEC credits for the different missions are now going to be all different. Depending on the value of the mission, its complexity, and to some extent, it's, feel-good factor or something like that isn't the right word. But you can see there's a far difference here between, heading over to Orison to, get a couple of sandwiches, which is going to pay you $5,000, versus finding this guy some gems. Obviously, we need to go do a little bit of hand mining, so there's actual activities involved. But, it's boosted up to $15,000, right? Because it's kind of like a feel-good quest, yeah? You're helping someone who was never really able to afford a proper ring for his wife to fashion something himself. So all of the quests now will have a different AUEC credit reward, I guess, or payment, but there'll be no bonuses like there is in the current version of Life Uncharted for completing a quest at a new location. Mostly because the quest system won't often unlock a new location for you. Right now in the current version, it is, whenever we pick up a quest, we always determine, is it going to complete here or not? Because this is how we discover new locations. We come to a location, a known location, to find out if there's anyone needs anything done. And then we determine, is that going to be completed somewhere else? For example, this guy here, Sweet Sweet Fruit, this mission, we got it at Edmund, but it's been completed here at Deacon's. And that was, the mechanic that I put into the first edition of the rules in order for Argo to be able to, slowly start unlocking the star map and discovering new locations. That now is being replaced in version 2 with the ability for Argo to, not cash in his reputation. Local reputation points and all that sort of stuff will accumulate. But as he's earning those points, he'll be able to redeem those to unlock new locations and thus therefore expand his opportunity for, picking up quests or missions. And, sometimes you go to a location and there's no quests available. If you only know 2 locations and you go to both of them and there's no quests available, what do, right? So therefore, the more locations that Argo has to be able to visit, the more likely it is that he's going to come across a location where there's actually something to do there. But instead of the quest system sort of sending him somewhere else, he'll earn reputation locally in the area and then be able to, spend some of those reputation credits or points to, unlock a new location. And depending on how many he has, again, like buying credits, new locations will be unlocked using reputation or infamy. And, it might cost, 20 infamy points or, a dozen, local reputation or something. Okay. Interesting. We don't have a helmet on, do we? Lucky that this has a breathable atmosphere. But what we do need is our backpack. And thus, therefore, we have to get changed. You know what I need is I need a set of clothes that use the new star cloth technology. So that we can have a backpack with an outfit that kind of looks like clothing. Yeah, so those locations will be tiered. So you might only have to spend 2 reputation points or whatever to unlock a mining outpost, a relatively well-known position. Or he might need to spend 20 reputation points to, unlock, a new outpost. All right. Oh, these locations are working now. All right, let's dump this stuff on the ground. What are we doing here at Deacon's? What are we dropping off? Deacon's Research Outpost, sweet fruit, 5 Patambu and 5 Oza, and store in any loot box. Well, we may not be able to find a loot box, in which case we'll just chuck them on the ground. Oh no, this is a different location than the other ones. Oh, this is a research outpost, isn't it? Yeah, we may not find a loot box here again. Like I said before, I've never seen a loot box at these locations. What did we need? Patambu and Oza. 5 Oza. And 5 Patambu. Done. Bunch of stuff rolling around on the ground. Am I logged into Discord, Motherfig? I think I have Discord open. Yeah, I am. Alright, so that completes that quest. Lovely. Let's go to Ashburn, which is also in this region. We can drop off that Moby Glass that we picked up. Instead of paying 3,000 credits, the Moby Glass mission pays at this point 3 times the cost, right? But in the new version, do we have that here? Yeah, need a burner. So you can see, you know, the price is different, right? So again, just emphasizing the fact that right now all the credits are just worth 3,000 plus a bonus if you deliver it somewhere else. In the new edition, each of the quests will have a different value, so that as he goes around different places and he determines how many quests there are here, he might say, look, I'm only interested in the really valuable quests here. The others I'm not really interested in doing, or I don't have the ability to do them right now, or whatever. And I'm happy to take, you know, the hit that not accepting those quests. Like reputation earned. I'm not sure what reputation discovery is. I'm not sure what this is. But there may be something here, like if I didn't, if we put something in here, and I'll just put here, we'll put a delete me ball in. Not accepting this quest might lose me 1 point. Not accepting this quest, I'm not going to lose any points. If these guys need food, if I don't bring them the food, I'm going to lose 3 points. So I'll either earn 3 points for completing the quest, or if it's offered to me and I don't do it, you know, these guys badly need food, right? And I say I'm not going to bring you any food, then I might lose 3 local reputation points, etc. And so from the perspective of not looking for any quests at all, instead of losing local reputation, which is local to whatever moon or planet that I'm on, I might lose infamy, which is region specific. If I come to a location and I don't look for anything, or I don't help out that location, then my infamy in general in that system, ArtCorp, Microtech, Hurston, or Crusader. How do I tag you then? At crouch. I'm pretty sure you just at crouch me on Discord. All right, let's go to Ashburn. Drop off this burner that this guy needs. Obviously needs access to some anonymity. Given that his Moby Glass is registered to him, he doesn't want to use it for whatever activities he's up to, and he needs a burner. So let's go take him a burner. Map. Thought there was another crouch. That was not you. No, I'm just at crouch. If there's another crouch and it's at something else, then that's not me. At crouch. Ashburn. Okay, it's not that far away. Over on Selin. What dost you tag me in? Alright, let's get that landing gear up. Let's get into nav mode. Let's head out. Yeah, Star Citizen. Into the asteroid belt. Why do I not have a quantum location? Because we didn't set one. Ash. Burn Channel Aid Shelter. There we go. Get into quantum mode, then we'll jump into Discord, have a look what Motherfigs tagged me in. Custom hoodies and sweatshirts. And what was the other one? Domain names from GoDaddy. You know, makes sense. I don't know, Motherfig, if I've got the you know, the reach to worry too much about that stuff. I guess if there was, you know, I've never really looked into merch at all in any of my businesses, and not that I really run After Dark like a business, but I guess, you know, there probably is places where you can do, where they do like print and send on demand, where, you know, I'm simply just providing the space for people to, you know, buy something and they print it and then ship it out to you. I'm not actually involved in any of that. Actually, whose channel that I was watching when they were talking about their merch? Was it Moz? Was it Moz's channel where he's like, I don't actually own any of my merch. I don't actually know if it's good quality or not. Because in the chat, people were talking about what's the quality of your hoodies and stuff like. And he's like, actually, I have no idea. I don't actually own any of my own merch. I don't know if it's good quality or not. Maybe one day. Maybe when we hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and, you know, 400 followers on Twitch. I don't know what sort of merch I'd make. What would I put on a hoodie? Whoa! I thought we'd go into third person for a crash then, but no. Dutchman would buy a hoodie. I'd make a hoodie that says Legendary Team Nomad. Oh, I wonder if we shoot down these ships and we can collect their panic mode. We can collect their fuses. Because we do have a side quest to collect fuses. We need 3 fuses. I do like how the music's kicked into this sort of intense track when we've landed at a new location. All right, I don't know if we can breathe here, so let's just stick a helmet on. Let's just double check, make sure we've got the burner with us. We do. You crashed your free flight Corsair this morning on Magda and you woke up at Gaslight. Was Gaslight the last place you landed at? Because I've noticed that's changed now. It doesn't really matter where you have your clinic set to. You know, you'll wake up near, you know, at the clinic at the last place you landed at. I don't know if that's intended or not. All right, any loot boxes around? There is. What do you got in here for us? Some drinks and some multi-tools. All right, we're dropping off a Moby Glass. Let's get ourselves a drink. Landed at Bajini. power cell accepted and active. It's going to be great when we have all these maintenance missions to come to these locations to fix these things. Actually, let's put a little note in right now. I don't know if I want to put it here. What I might, I'll put it in the first edition under comments and notes, and I'll say find locations that have suitable points for maintenance type contracts, such as Ashburn Aid Shelter. So let's come back to version 2. So we got up to, so there's a few, these are all the explanations, right? To discover new locations, quests can be completed at known locations, and by doing so, instead, like I said, instead of being, this quest completes at a new location, sometimes, local reputations will be earned, local reputation points will be earned. Guild credits will also be earned by completing quests along with AUEC. Local reputation points are accumulated and subsequently spent to unlock new locations. So to unlock new locations, you need to travel around, you need to help people out, you need to do things, and by doing so, you'll earn reputation points, and then you can use those reputation points to unlock things. This represents the player assisting the local populace and being rewarded with information from the locals about other settlements and outposts in the region. Players can either use local reputation points to unlock a random location in that region, or for slightly fewer local reputation points but with added AUEC, the player can buy the coordinates of a new location of their choice. The cost of each location is determined by that location's tier level. What is that floating above me? Is that a ship, CT? Yeah, there's a couple of ships floating up above us. That's what I was saying. Maybe we could shoot down those ships. Hopefully they don't explode by the time they get down to the ground. We just disable them, and then I can board them and take out their fuses, because I do have a side quest here in the quest log for some fuses. It must be the fuses. Deliver 3 relays to the mission location and store it in the loot box. Went rock mining on Ignis Motherfig in the Corsair. Not bad, but I think the scanner is worse than other ships like the C1, which was better. The Corsair seems to scan gems in at about 2.6. Hey, Rhino. That's not fantastic. You and 3 others, Rhino, were using geos in a Corsair last night. Okay. Nothing else here. Let's get out of here. So we have now, whoops, in the quest log, this one here, Ashburn. Let's tick that off. So we've completed 2 of the quests. 2 of these we can complete at Edmund. 1, 2. We can't do this one because we don't have the fuses. And then Finn's Folly is also over at Hurston. Okay, so we can head back to Hurston now to complete the rest of these. Waiting for new scanners, upgrades. Maybe then we can crafting a better scanner. Yeah, all that stuff will come. They've spoken about that, right? Like, the base scanner that you can buy from a shop will, be suitable. But then you'll be able to craft upgrades to make your scanner better. That's going to be super sweet. I really would like to see, crafted equipment, or the tiered blueprints that they've spoken about before, being of a higher quality than anything that you can buy. So that you could buy a basic scanner. You'll have the 3 tier levels or 4 tier levels of whatever they've spoken about before of a scanner, for example. So let's say you buy a tier 4 scanner, the best scanner you can buy, it still won't be as good as a scanner that has tier 4 upgrades on it that have been crafted. Again, not being able to buy those things, they need to be crafted and then purchased from a vendor or a seller, or someone who crafts those components has their own store, or they use they basically manufacturing stuff and then giving it to another player, and that player then sells it, etc. It'd be cool to see several people playing together, their ship set down, opens up, and like half a dozen geos all chug out and get to work, and just like that, they move on. Yeah, CT, Herge Quirtler, Red Monster does a lot of that, Red Monster SC. He has his own guild, they're an industrial guild, and they do a lot of that sort of group activity where, they go out, do group mining and all that sort of stuff. Conk. The Geo's good, but obviously my experience with the Geo had some issues, which doesn't seem to be the case for everyone. Just out of curiosity tonight, folks, has there been any echoing? Oh, we need fuel. Has there been any echoing tonight of my microphone like there was last week? Last week we had quite a number of issues with my microphone echoing periodically. It would start and then turn off. It would start echoing and then stop. But has that occurred at all tonight? Motherfig says there's been no issues tonight, which is fantastic. When Rhino popped up, he seemed to be of the opinion that there seems to be better audio quality. Do I need to have a drink? Both me and Argo. Hey, Barbecue Farmer. It's almost time for bed. Set a course for Seraphim Station.
Acknowledged.
There's no echoing, says CT. Every once in a while it sounds like you're distant, but way less often than last week's echoing. Okay. Well, that just may be the position I have my microphone in. If the microphone's quite close to my mouth and I'm talking out the side of it like this, then it might sound like it's a little bit further away. But I guess if we keep it out in front of us, it doesn't matter where I move my mouth, and my mouth is still sort of in the region. Right, we need fuel. We need fuel. Does that look like some pads? Looks like pads to me. Yeah, it's my position to the mic. I'll just, I've just moved it a bit further away from me, so it's not as close as it was before. Right, let's refuel. Now, one of the other things that I've changed in version 2, because I'm basically unlocking the Moby-Glass access more frequently, in terms of being able to complete quests. We'll have that drink while we're here too. In terms of being able to complete quests to earn local reputation and guild credits, and then being able to use those guild credits to cash them in to do Moby-Glass contracts. I've also, in the Moby-Glass contracts, added both contracted and both sanctioned events, so rock mining, prospecting, salvaging, etc. Sand pit type stuff. Guild credits can be spent to accept contracts from the Moby-Glass or to perform sandbox activities. The contract's payout value determines its tier, as we looked at before. So one of the Riari missions, which is worth 69,000 credits, would be a tier 2 contract and would cost 10 guild credits to accept that from the Mobiglass. The higher the tier, the more guild credits the player must spend to accept that contract, which is shown in brackets. If the player wishes to perform sandbox type activities such as rock mining or salvaging panels found in space, they are restricted to the amount of time they can spend doing that, as shown in minutes, and they are also subject to a guild fee. If the player's reputation in the guild increases, so will their share of the profits. So for example, if I wanted to go out and do 90 minutes of rock mining, it would cost me 10 guild credits. If I wanted to go out and do 120 minutes of prospecting, it would cost me 15 guild credits. Depending or based on my guild rank, which is all of my guild credits accumulated, and obviously I'd be spending some of those points here and there, so I have a guild credit balance, and then I have a guild reputation. And the guild reputation, it could go down in certain situations, but it doesn't go down when I spend guild credits. So my guild credits accumulate, I get to spend them to do activities, but my reputation continues to grow. As my guild rank grows, so does my split of the profits. So when I'm between 0 and 25 guild credits, or I've earned between 0 and 25 guild credits, the guild gets 60% of whatever I earn, and I get to keep 40. And then, again, this is just numbers at the moment. It'll be tweaked and adjusted and modified. And then when I'm over 151 guild credits, I've earned 151 guild credits for that specific guild, so mercenary, salvaging, collection, etc. I then get 80% of the payout, and the guild gets 20. So from the perspective of doing one of these Rayari collection missions, which is a tier 2 contract, I'd need to first spend 10 guild credits to do that contract, and then based on my guild rank, the guild would take 60% of that money, so I wouldn't get the 69 grand. Obviously that's way too easy then to just start earning money, and in a Life Uncharted, that's no good. I would then get 60%, the guild would get 60% of that 69,000, and then I would get the rest. Up until the point where, from the collection guild, I'm a higher rank, then I get, you understand what I'm saying. It makes sense. All right, we got our fuel. Let's jump up and have a drink. Zero issues so far. Wonderful. 4.1.1, we start getting faction script. Faction script. Script? Like gold pressed latinum. It's physical, so it's lootable. Guild coins. Guild coins. Kind of like the gold coins in John Wick, hey? .1.1. That's pretty cool. I like that idea. 4.1.1 is looking to be a very good patch. Let's have a quick look, because that, in the official news, they'd spoken about the latest patch. Yeah, 4.1 is looking to be a very good patch until live. So here's the 4.1.1. It's currently wave 1. Testing and feedback focus. Ship battle patrol missions currently have their sharing disabled for these initial PTU releases. Stability and bug fixes. Ship battle missions version 1. Patrol, ambush, and Gilly's advanced combat gauntlet missions. These items may be partially in the build and even completable, but are not yet ready for feedback and subject to removal. The Fleet Week events, new missions, and hauls. So we might be able to do new missions, right, for Fleet Week, like they did for Invictus last year. You do those missions, and then you get a little. I think last year you got the Orc Singularity armor. Mission meshing refactor. Ray, hack and repair, animal missions, multi-location courier and handyman PvP bounties, bunch of known issues. So So features and gameplay updates, characters, addition of multiple new hairstyles to the PU character creator. Well, we just watched that, right? Locations, further Wicklow Emporium location set dressing and polish. And under gameplay, further patrol, ambush, and advanced combat training gauntlet polish, balancing mission rewards for patrol missions. Ghillie advanced combat training gauntlet missions have been set to be sequentially unlocked. Bunch of known issues. I haven't been in there. We have not been in there. Okay, so where the hell are we? Did we land at Ashburn? And then we got sidetracked, right? Having a big discussion about stuff. We are here at Ashburn. Let's get our backpack. Let's get our helmet just in case we need it. There's some nice ads for mining, though. I didn't see anything about mining. Maybe it was in a previous 4.1.1 patch. Where the hell are we? Oh, lucky I put a helmet on. We're at bloody Seraphim getting fuel. Amazing. Some nice ads for mining, though. Refine to station inventory. Yes, sir. That's a good one. Refine to station inventory is huge. Pods snap to grid properly. I saw that one. They were talking about ship pods not snapping to the grid properly. Set a course for Hurston.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Oh, pods get deleted when refining, though. Okay, so they really do become a proper consumable, yeah? Why are we going to Selin first to be able to go to Hurston? That doesn't make any sense. Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Set a course for Hurston.
The star map is being updated, sir.
There you go. Spod gets deleted when refining, if refined from station, not the ship. Okay. Let's go. So if you go out prospecting and you take your pods off and store those and put new pods on and go out prospecting, and then you go to the refinery, in the refinery, can you then specify those pods in the inventory to say, I want to refine these pods? And if you can, then those pods get consumed by the refinery. They basically cut them open to get the ore out, and it's lost. Okay, still a big win. Yep. Just the last blocker for group mining, Rhino. What's the last blocker for group mining? Losing the bags. I don't know if that's a blocker. It's kind of like it's a consumable then, right? Something that you need to factor into your operation. Just another expense that you need to factor in for. It's a lot of cost lost. I guess it depends on how expensive they are, right? I don't really know how expensive they are, so. It's not worth it, says Motherfig. Okay. Yeah, so in that case, from what you're both saying, it sounds like, you should be able to put mining pods in your inventory, go to the refinery, select, I want to refine this pod, this pod, this pod, this pod, And then it says, this is what's inside it. What do you want to refine? And then it empties out that contents and starts refining it and gives you back the empty pods. Eats too much into the profit, says Rana, yeah. Makes sense then. Is that a Thatcher's? No, this is Hawker's. Almost time for another one. Hawker's, which are a local brewery, sort of up the road from me. West Coast IPA. Ciders. Oh, I've got a cake of cider. I should put it in the fridge for the Easter Sunday party. I've got to go to the shops tomorrow. Nongi, it's time for bed, sweetheart. You writing a story? Ooh, love it. Got to go to the booze shop tomorrow, the Botlo. Pick up some booze for the party on Sunday. Obviously, being Good Friday today, everywhere you could buy alcohol was closed. All right, so coming back to a Life Uncharted. Local reputation points are local to that region, i.e. the planet or the moon, etc. that you're on or doing the quests for, and can be spent at the administration office of any location in that region to discover the coordinates of a new location in that region. So this could include like the admin office of a mining outpost. So you've done some quests, you've earned some reputation, some local reputation, and then you go visit one of these administration offices, and then you can spend that local reputation to randomly determine a new location to go and visit. It'll just spit out, here's a new coordinate, here's a new location for you in that region. This is another big difference between a Life Uncharted and version 2, is that we picked up this quest from Edmund, which is in Hurston, and it took us out to Crusader to go to Deacon's Research Outpost. In version 2, any new coordinates that you get will be in the region in which you are currently in. So if I've got local reputation that I've earned on Magda, and I go somewhere in Magda and I spend that local reputation, again keeping in mind that my local reputation on Magda, Eta, Ariel, they'll all be different, right? I'm only going to get new locations on Magda. If I want to unlock other locations, I can use Infamy, and we'll get to that shortly. Comments and notes. This is version 1, version 2. Reputation used in this way is spent and must be re-earned by completing new quests. However, as with guild credits, a player's local reputation earned from completing quests compounds and slowly builds the player's influence in that region. When a player uses reputation to discover a new location, the location discovered in that region will be determined randomly. Now, I've mentioned here that the player starts building influence in that region, and I'd mentioned before that if you decide not to do a quest in a specific region, you might lose reputation. Especially if it's got anything to do with survival, medical quests, all that sort of stuff. If you decide not to accept a medical quest, you might lose reputation, right? Unless you have already built influence in that region by completing quests and earning local reputation. Again, you're earning quite a number of different. Good night, Nungi. You're earning quite a number of different sorts of things: guild credits, reputation, infamy, and you're slowly growing your influence. If you decide not to accept a quest, you might decide, okay, look, I'm going to take the reputation hit. Or I have enough influence in this region because I've done enough quests for them before that I'm at the point where I just don't need to accept every quest I'm given. In the beginning, you're brand new, you have no influence, nobody knows who you are, and so you've got to do as many quests as you can to start building up your reputation, your influence. And then as you're in the mid game and quests come up and you're like, fuck it, I really don't want to be bothered. I can't be bothered doing that quest. I've got enough influence in this region to be able to say, hey, listen, I'm not going to do that quest. And my influence that I've earned is what I can then spend to suffer no reputation loss in that region. What the hell are we doing here? Oh, but we need to go to Edmund, don't we? Set a course for Edmund. Atreyu.
I am listening, Commander. How can I
Set
help?
a course for Edmund. Oh, hang on. Where's our mouse? I'll just do it myself. What? Another nighttime landing at an outpost. So for example, I'd come to Edmund and in the early game, I'd always be checking to see what quests are here. And in the mid game, I'd be like, well, I can't be bothered with the quests that they've given me. So I'll just say, nah, stuff it. You know, I'm not going to accept any of these quests or, you know, whatever the case may be. I'll accept that one, but not this one. So I think one of the quests is getting completed here at Edmund. We'll also have a quick look around. There might be some loot here, which we can throw in our goodies box. And the other two have been completed in other locations. One of which is Finn's Folly, which gives us the opportunity to start a small war and gather up some loot or gather some new clothes. No ships outside Armistice, which is a little disappointing. Did we clip an antenna, did we? All right, what are we completing here, hey? Quest log. So we got 2 to complete here at Edmund. Let me move these off screen. Sadly, we need to put some backpacks on. Just got everything we need in there. Lovely. Oh, let's empty out what we don't need from the backpack. So we need 5 golden Medmond, 5 Heart of the Woods and 1 Oza, 5 Sunset Berries, 4 blue and 4 blue Bilva. So we don't need any Amioshi Plague, golden Medmond, Heart of the Woods, 1 Oza. We need 5 Sunset Berries and 4 blue Bilvas. So we don't need the Pintambus, the Oza or the Revenant Pods. Missing something. Oh no, I think it's in the ship's inventory. So this is what we need to chuck on the ground or put in the loot box. Happy birthday, by the way, Rhino, for your birthday coming up in May. Hope you have a wonderful... Whoa! Whoa! going on here? I hope you have a wonderful celebration and enjoy your week off. Oh my God! Rude. Physics to the rescue. Hope you enjoyed that week off so you can get over it. Mother Fig's birthday is the 1st of May as well. Your dad's is the 9th. My birthday, funnily enough, is coming up in 3 days. I'm also a Tauran. Right there on the cusp. What's that sound bouncing in and out? Oh, a nice warm jacket. Let's take that jacket. And we want to dump all the other stuff. Lovely. So that ticks off this one and this one. So now we need to go to the Koso Bay. Oh, no, that's for the relays. We can't do that one. Finn's Folly. And then we... Can you guys hear that pulsing of the sound? What is that about? We've got a janitorial shift up at Everest Harbour we need to do. All right, let's have a bit of a run around. See what sort of loot that there may be around here. Hopefully we find a couple of red boxes. Should we collect some Dakari pods? We can collect those mining tools. You know, I guess, you know, everything we can loot, we should try it. And I'm not going to worry about that multi-tool because it's skinned and thus therefore worth nothing. And as we discovered in episode 16, it's probably worthwhile checking multi-tools when we find multi-tools, just regular multi-tools, if they have a medical attachment in them. Because if they've got a medical attachment in there, we can strip out that medical attachment, which is worth 105 credits. At least it was at Cubby Blast. Pulsing sounds normally is a shit quality PSU. It could be. The PSU that I've got in there, thank you JP, I'll have a look at that. It's only 850 watts. That pulsing sound has only started though since I plugged in the frickin' Rodecaster Duo. So maybe that's drawing... Oh, no, hang on. That's plugged into the streaming computer. And that audio is currently playing from my gaming PC. So that has obviously created some sort of issue. Bit of loot. Someone's put a... obviously, changed their helmets out for a Ninetales one. And put it in this box. I don't understand why there'd be a Ninetales helmet in that box. Unless someone has swapped it out for what they were wearing and chosen something from there. Let's grab those. You know, I guess we could grab these things. Maybe they'd be useful, but again, you know, from the perspective of a mission, I guess we could always go to a distribution center when we need to stock up on harvestables. It could always be the website epidemic sound flipping out. Right, you grab all those things for Wicklow. It does make sense. I'm just going to quickly jump out of here. A quick look at that. It does make sense to grab those things for Wicklow or for Rayari. 100%. JP, you had a Dell Alienware that kept humming like crazy when you plugged in anything in the front, but back worked fine. That's frustrating. I've got nothing plugged into the front of my PC. Let's go. I don't think that this building here... Oh, we'll check it. I don't think that this has been fixed. At least it wasn't last time we had a look. The fact that it's pitch black is telling me that it's probably not working. We'll have a peer inside. Yeah. No go. I guess we could check the last one. I can never remember where the last vehicle bay is. It's over this side. Best way to test it, turn up your volume on the desktop with nothing playing and just move your mouse around. If you hear something, it's the PSU. Interesting. There it is.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Okay.
Calypsia6978 is now following on Twitch. Welcome to After Dark.
Welcome to After Dark. Calypsia, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you spending some of your time with me here tonight over there on Twitch. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend, that your Easter weekend ahead is looking just as great. What else have we got in here? Ooh, some more pants. Some more rantadung. Yeah, I'd definitely be collecting all of this stuff. If I was just playing regularly, I'd be collecting all of that sort of stuff. If you're out here, why not? But again, you know, Argo's access to Rayari missions and all that sort of stuff is somewhat limited. So, I'm not too fussed about collecting it. I do have quite a lot of it at the moment in my inventory back in Lawville, that if we do get the opportunity to do more of those missions in the future, I've probably got enough stock there at the moment to last us. At least until the next distribution center that we go and raid. Sakura Sun being my preference so far out of the 2 distribution centers that we bought coordinates for last week to unlock on the star map. So I haven't checked out the other ones yet. All right, Finn's Folly. I think that's the last one that we need to complete, right? Let's have a look. Let's bring up our quest log. So yeah, Finn's Folly is the last one. Then we've got 30 minutes of janitorial duty up at Everest Harbour we could do. The other one we can't complete until we find some ships abandoned around the place, which is, I've been keeping my eye out. But I guess the only way we're going to discover those is by exploring around. Where are we at? 3 hours and 15 minutes for episode 17 of A Life Uncharted, with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. We don't have a huge amount of time tonight because I've got to be up early in the morning to head up to Metaxas Meats, which is a butcher's not too far from us here, and they have the best meats for spit roasts. Lovely little Greek butcher, and they've got the best meats. Might keep this jacket and these pants, I reckon. We'll chuck those in our locker.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander.
Okay.
Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Right.
Magical Trevor 75 can't get enough Tim Tam Slams. They've been subscribed for 3 months. Spit roasts.
Spit roasts. So that's going to be lovely. We've only got 25 people coming, but I'm picking up 7 kilos of lamb. Chuck on the spit roast. Get another bag of charcoal, and we'll get that cooking up Sunday morning. Started around 7 o'clock or so. give it a good number of hours, just to slowly roast for midday lunch. JP, have I got the Geo working yet? We went out on an adventure in the Geo a couple of weeks back, not last weekend, maybe the weekend before. Could have been last weekend, I can't quite remember. And it works, but I still had some issues with it. I don't know, JP, if you joined me when we were on that stream, but we had some issues with the pods and stuff being sort of somewhat single use, maintaining to say they were 100% full. I haven't tested it since then. Calypsy, you just got a Geo. It is good. I think it's a wonderful vehicle. The issues that I was having with it, it doesn't sound like it was it sounded like not everybody was having the same problems that I was having. So it may just be my account or something like that. Somebody had mentioned that the issues that I was having with my Geo, in terms of the little gem box at the back of it, its pod, they were having the same issue, and they simply melted it on the pledge store and rebought a new one on the advice of CIG's help desk. Melt it and then rebuy it on the pledge store, essentially get a new one from the dealership, so to speak. Seem to fix their problems, so who knows. Oh god, I haven't looked at it since then. Been too busy writing second edition of A Life Uncharted and playing on my other alt account as I go through and test different sorts of things and all that sort of stuff. So I haven't been on my main since then. You had the same issue last night, Trevor. Basically, the box bugs out with the only option to be to open it, and it will no longer work in the Geo to collect. Yeah, like Rhino says, it still shows us full until you start sucking up again, and then it resets. We tried that, but that didn't work for me. So we tried it several times during the stream. It's not a crouch stream without him hitting something. It's true. Yeah, that didn't work for me. So, and then we went through, trying to troubleshoot that issue, because the first box we overfilled slightly, then we tried to underfill it, and I do remember at one point one of the boxes or something refreshed when we started extracting gems, but yeah, it was a constant issue that we had during the stream that just made it very difficult. We did a bunch of science. Let's head off to Finn's Folly. In the darkness. Yeah, when it bugs out, it doesn't suck up, you have to replace the box. Yeah, exactly. Putting the box into the cargo elevator and then recalling it resets the box. Interesting. Okay. That we didn't try. We just started chucking them away. Oh, not quite in the darkness for an adventure at Finn's Folly. Now we've got some decisions to make. I've never seen any loot boxes at any of these outposts. Any of these settlements, I guess we should call them, which is a bit disappointing. But you fix yours by buying a skin, JP? Amazing. But we could start a small war. I don't have how much ammunition we have. It's probably not a good idea. Clipsy, you made about 800k last night just doing salvage in the Fortune. Trying it out on the free fly. Fortune was a good ship. I did enjoy it. Did a stream on that a couple months ago. It is darkness. as we get close down to the ground. Of course I have to land on a big rock, don't I? Also, we'll have a salvager out soon, I'm sure. You know, the more variants I suppose there are, I think it's only a good thing. JP, have I been to the platforms yet, the mining lasers? I have not. No, I haven't played on my main for a while. And I think it's going to be quite some time before Argo's able to get to those locations, or, at least given I'm rewriting a Life Uncharted at the moment. All right, what are we dropping off here at Finn's Folly? 5 Amioshi Plague, 5 Revenant Pods. Why do I have a bunch of extra stuff? 5 Revenant Pods and 5 Amioshi Plague. Why do I still have... Maybe I picked up more Marek gems. Oh, maybe I had this stuff in the ship already. Maybe I already had this stuff in the ship. Alright, so... Oh, God. As I said, I've never seen any loot boxes here. But I guess we can have a bit of a look around, hey? Sadly, we didn't bring a helmet, so we don't have a torch. Anything in the animal pen? Otherwise, we can just throw them on the ground and be done with it. No lootable box. You can't wait for the starter salvage ship, JP. Starter miner and salvager, yes please. Golem is way better than the prospector, regardless of what people say. We haven't looked at the golem. Average person can't handle Hathor locations due to the murder hobo PvP. Bounty player bounties are back in 4.1.1. So these are the sorts of locations where in version 2 of A Life Uncharted you'd start losing reputation if you didn't... like we'd come here, we'd determine if there were any quests or missions. Actually, let's do that right now. Let's see if there's anything here. Quests. Are there any missions available? There's no missions available at this location. Okay. If there were, though, and we decided not to do the missions that the system recommended for us, we'd suffer some reputation loss. Or, if I'd already done a bunch of missions here and I'd built my reputation, and I had some influence that I could use, then I'd suffer no reputation loss. All right, let's. I've never seen any loot boxes at this location. Whether they just don't spawn when I'm here, or I've gone around and looked at this whole location, and let's just drop some stuff on the ground here. Revenant pods. We can't drop the whole group. It's a bit crazy. Crazy talk. Just throw all this stuff on the ground. If we could put it in a box, we would. Lovely. All right, so that ticks off the last quest log, the last side quest that we're able to do over at Finn's Folly. It's earning us a little extra credit. And that's it. I don't know why this one is called. It must be the fuses as well. Maybe I messed up something here with the naming of this one, but so we need some fuses. Actually, there is a ship over here. Some sort of anvil ship. I wonder if there's another player here at the moment. Golem just has an unstable beam. If you can get over that, it's a good little miner. We'll start mining when we get the mono rocks in PT version 5. Version. Am I going to be able to get back into the ship? Yep, I'll wait. If you find it lol that a Drake ship salvager is not available in the free fly, seeing as Invictus is Drake. What do you mean Invictus? What do you mean by Invictus being Drake? No, it's not. What's that quest log you're doing? Calypsia, we're currently playing episode 17 of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. And A Life Uncharted is a custom set of rules that I've developed. Did I close it all? Stupid. I did. Is a custom set of rules that I've written for Argo's not quite zero to hero sort of thing. Motherfig, I think what you think about is DrakeCon. Drake has their own convention. And so we've had, obviously we're playing a current episode. And so we've had 16 episodes of A Life Uncharted. It's basically like a custom side quest mission system where whenever I travel around, you know, we're looking for side quests. There's a whole bunch of heavy restrictions and rules and fines and, you know, things that Twitch chat can fine Argo for doing. For example, if he's flying in anything other than a clothing or an undersuit, it's a finable offense. Can't carry weapons in the cities. We can't wear armor in the cities. Again, those are finable offenses. Argo has a job as a janitor at Lawville and Everest Harbor, so technically we do have a shift we should be going and doing before we do all these side quests. You know, there's a whole bunch of fees and expenses. So there's a mortgage that he has to pay for and his insurance expenses. We got to buy train tickets and, you know, there's fees for mechanics coming out to our ship. Oh, by the way, yeah, we forgot to pay the maintenance engineers. Nobody picked it up, so let's just do it right now. We have to pay 1,000 credits for the maintenance engineers to come out and give us fuel when we were over at Seraphim. So we'll do that right now. So it's my own little custom mission system that I'm using to represent many of the things that CIG have spoken about in the past in terms of what they are expecting to do with Star Citizen in the future. For example, coming back to not wearing armor when you're flying, they have mentioned that you won't be able to wear armor when you're flying. You'll either have to wear clothing or an undersuit or a specific sort of flat suit. So, you know, they're not carrying weapons in a city. For example, in Lawville, you know, they've mentioned that you won't be able to walk around Lawville when you're armed. So, you know, all these little rules I've put into A Life Uncharted are representing some of the things that CIG have spoken about in the past. Yeah. Casual butt fun, how are you? Your character is a soulless pirate. Proof of his missing soul is his hair color. The good old Ginger Ninja. So that's why, you know, we're specifically in the Cutter Rambler as his starting ship, because it has a very good weapon rack, which has all these tools and everything in it. And it has, you know, a good storage locker for him to be able to, you know, be putting things in and out of all the time, which is why I'm always in and out of my locker and getting changed and all that sort of stuff. All right, we're finished. There were no missions here. I guess we could explore that ship. Obviously, like that one that's just over there. Oh, nah. No. The answer is no. A little anvil arrow. Ah, not an arrow. It's a hornet. Activate cruise control.
Cruise control has been activated, sir. I will maintain the current speed.
Thank you. All right, let's head on out. Right, so we're pretty much caught up. We've got a shift that we need to do up at Everest Harbour. And this is another thing about the second edition of A Life Uncharted, is I haven't given Argo a specific job. It fit his backstory, you know, after his separation from Amelia, the time he spent in Klesha, then when he was released, they gave him this job, but it fit the story for Argo's, you know, character arc. But in version 2, he might not have that sort of job. So let's head back. Comments and notes. Where did we get to? So local reputation. When a player uses reputation to discover a new location, the location discovered in that region is determined at random. Influence is used by a player to improve their prospects and influence the local populace in the region. As the player's influence increases...
You are fined 1 credit
what?
for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
You're never getting to the shop at this rate, motherfig. That's not Argo's fault. As the player's influence increases, they will be able to start unlocking opportunities. Okay, so I haven't put anything in here about opportunities at the moment. Opportunities allow the player to access additional quests above those offered by the quest system. Allowing quests to be completed without actually having to do them, and many other perks. As players' influence continues to accumulate, a player's influence continues to accumulate as they earn reputation. To unlock new opportunities, the player will spend reputation points to activate those perks. Thus, there is a balance between spending reputation to unlock new locations in that region, or spending that reputation to gain access to opportunities. So, for example, like I said before, being able to complete a quest without actually having to do it, or, you know, deciding not to do a quest and thus therefore suffering no reputation loss and that sort of stuff. If the player would instead prefer to determine which new location is unlocked, they can visit the administration office in any location in that region and elect to purchase the coordinates. The cost of that data will be a combination of local reputation and AUEC, which is determined by that location's tier level. And if we have a look at the locations, I haven't started working on the tier levels yet, or the reputation required to unlock those locations and that sort of stuff. And, you know, it's obviously still work in progress. Very, very much work in progress. The more valuable that location, the higher its tier level and subsequent cost to unlock. So like was mentioned before in the chat about the Hathor locations, the access to, you know, better loot and that sort of stuff is greater there than it is at mining outposts. So a mining outpost might cost 5,000 credits and, you know, 4 reputation points. Whereas Hathor might cost 100 grand plus, you know, 30 reputation points. The only way a player can unlock locations out outside of a known region is to purchase at least one location in a new region in the administration office at the major landing zone. So for example, if I wanted, when I first start with version 2 and I want to explore Magda, I'd have to go to Lawville, to the administration office, etc. In a new region in the administration office at the major landing zone, using Infamy they have earned by completing tasks. So as I mentioned earlier on, when we first start playing version 2, we'll have to complete a whole bunch of tasks. And as we complete tasks, we'll start developing our Infamy. Our Infamy is used to unlock locations in a new region, and I do that at the administration office at the major landing zones. For instance, if a player wishes to move away from Hurston to explore Magda, they will need to complete tasks to earn Infamy, which can then be used to buy coordinates for at least one location on Magda. Once a location at Magda has been unlocked, players start earning local reputation and they can then use that to unlock further locations on Magda. Therefore, Infamy is the only way a player can expand into new regions. So this has come up several times as we've been playing through our Life Uncharted, is when is Argo going to go to Crusader or etc. And the only way that's been able to be possible at the moment in the current version is when the side quests, once we've accepted some quests in the quest log, sends us to an alternate location like some of these quests have. That's been how the star map is slowly being unlocked for Argo as we've been playing through these 16 episodes of A Life Uncharted. But in version 2, it's going to be slightly different. Can you not choose who to sub? What do you mean, Motherfig? You're talking about gifting out a sub? Oh, man, the man to talk to about that is Slash. Slash is gifting out. Is this? Oh god, I'm so bad here. Who keeps on? I'm pretty sure it's Slash, or maybe it's Skeet. It's probably going to be Skeet, who gifts out subs to these weird Twitch channels. Whenever I mention something weird, he finds a Twitch channel with that name. Flossie says, on a PC, you don't think you can do it on a phone? So then we move on to guild credits. Guild credits are accumulated by completing quests. Each quest is associated with a specific guild. So, delivery, mining, salvage, mercenary, etc. And the guild credits earned from completing those quests can be spent to access missions available in-game via the Moby-Glass contract system for that specific guild. Again, one of the big challenges that Argo faces is he just can't open up the Moby-Glass and do contract after contract after contract. It's just not possible for him to do that because of the restrictions and the limitations of A Life Uncharted. So the only way that he can do that, like right now we don't have really any side quests that we can complete. There's no contract that he's able to do. So the options for us now, basically, let's turn off cruise control, is to go exploring around and pick up some side quests. And hopefully those side quests will trigger either a side quest that we can go complete, bring a med pen to someone, fix some freaking burritos, bring some Oza and some gold and medments. Or it might trigger a Moby-Glass mission. Now, at the moment, A Life Uncharted is a little bit old, so in the side quests, a lot of these ones here are for Moby-Glass, except a mercenary contract, that's still available. Let's just bring this up. Let's clear all. Let's bring up Moby-Glass. Moby-Glass. So delivery contracts aren't available, research contracts aren't available, racing contracts aren't available, investigation missions aren't available. So again, A Life Uncharted being, old, as I said. Some of these don't make any sense, but if we did manage to pick up one of these, again, that's another way that Argo can access the Moby-Glass. Otherwise, the Moby-Glass can't just be opened whenever you want. Again, harking back to what CIG have mentioned in the past, that they want to eventually move away from the Moby-Glass being the main source of how you get contracts, and more so, discovering things to do by visiting locations, talking to NPCs, and going to quest givers and all that sort of stuff. So let's see if we can... Oh, again, no, we've unlocked all of Hurston, haven't we? I'll be back in a quick minute. I just want to get another drink, have a quick bio break. We did, many episodes ago, unlock all of Hurston. We spent the credits to unlock everywhere. So we can go anywhere in Hurston. Let's go to Stanhope. Although it's maybe not a lot of light over at Stanhope at the moment. Maker's Point. Covalax Distribution Centre. Wasn't a fan of that place. Loot there wasn't fantastic. Ishmael. Repel. Finn's Folly, we were just there. Sun's coming up there at the moment. Trillo, nothing out there. Okay, let's go to Pinewood. I shall be back in a minute. It's time for another West Coast IPA, quick bio break, and then we'll see what Pinewood has to offer Mr. Argo, everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King. Mr. Argo Hurston. I shall be back in just about a minute. What's the over-under for Crouch crashing while in the dunny? I was thinking about it, but then I remember we spent so long looking at the planet, looking for where to go, that I was like, I don't have cruise control on. So we are, ladies and gentlemen, coming close to the end of episode 17. It is Saturday tomorrow. The Easter party is on Sunday. But it is also Greek Easter this weekend, and Metaxas Meat's been a Greek butcher with the best meat for spit roasts. Beautifully seasoned and marinated and just absolutely fantastic. Christmas, when we had our Christmas party and we had a spit roast for Christmas, I spent 2.5 hours in the line to get into Metaxas. It was 150 meters long. And so whilst we have our order in, you still need to line up to pick it up. Given the fact that it's Greek Easter and they have the best meats, I'm expecting there to be a hefty line, so I do need to be up early so I can sort of, get there early. But whilst we're here, it's been wonderful to have a chat about Life Uncharted version 2, Life Uncharted 2.0. Oh, let's have a quick look. Is there anything outside of Armistice? Doesn't look like it. It's been wonderful to have a bit of a chat about the work that I've been doing on version 2. It's been super fun. And I'm looking forward to doing some more work on that. This is the admin office over here. So let's go have a chat to this fellow in here and see if he's got anything around here. So we don't have a huge amount of time left with Argo tonight. Metaxas is only open between 8 and 12 tomorrow. So I kind of want to get there sort of around 7 or so. Again, in anticipation of there being a massive lineup. Which means I need to be up at least 10 to 7. Metaxas is only a couple of minutes around the corner. All right, let's go and have a chat with this fellow. A nomad. A nomad. Let's go have a chat with this fellow in here and see if there's any quests available. I guess we could have brought a backpack in case there's some loot boxes in here. Given that there's no more magical inventory. There is a loot box. Damn it. And there's another player here too, probably messing about. Oh man, we need that stuff. All right, we'll be back. Hopefully we're back before that other dude who's messing about with the freight elevators decides to come in here and go, oh, what's in that red loot box? I've always got my armor on. I'll grab that stuff. We're in an undersuit. Who goes into places in an undersuit? Outrageous. Let's get a backpack on. Get that good meat. 100%. Illegal parking? What are you talking about, Rhino? There's no designated parking bays here, my friend. Calypso says, not landing on a landing pad. That seems like it should be illegal. Pads are there for a reason. Yeah, pads are there for maintenance. Like if you go to the petrol station and you go in there to buy food, do you guys pull up next to a pump or do you go park in one of the little parking bays? Sounds to me like you guys go and pull up next to a pump and then walk inside and spend 5 minutes deciding what chocolate you want while someone who needs fuel is waiting for you to get back. That's what it sounds like to me. Pads are for landing on, paths are for walking on. Yeah, if they don't have a parking spot, true. All right, let's have a chat with this guy.
Anything you need help with?
I do. Is there anything I need help with? Are there any missions available? The people in this area need your help. They've offered you 3 missions. Okay. Hang on, let's get our missions back. Select all. Which mission? Sweet, sweet fruit. Deliver 5 Patambu and 5 Oza. Okay, we'll add that to the quest log. Is this completing at a different location? It's completed at the mission location. Where are we? We're at Pinewood. Okay. How many did they offer us? 3. I'm not in a designated parking spot though. You're just on the ground. The pads are the designated parking spots. My worst enemy deliver. Okay, it's fair. Okay, look, I'll pay it. I'll pay it. It's legit. It's legit, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 credits. It's legit. Deliver 5 sunset berries and 5 rantadung. Okay, we'll add this to the quest log. And this one we picked up from Pinewood. Is it ending at a different location? You've been offered a bonus to complete this quest at Crew L1 Ambitious Stream Station. Okay. It's a new location. Do we want to add it to the star map? Yes, please. Unlocked a new location. Yes. And it's a refinery too. Yeah.
Let's do this thing.
Let's do this thing. Any chance of making this mission thingy public so other people can do it? Yeah, if you put, I think if you put !Uncharted in the chat, it should give you a link to this Google Sheet. I don't know if the scripts and stuff will work for people though. Maybe I need to package it up. I don't know if the scripts work for people. Because the scripts are obviously account bound. Well, I'm not sure. Let me know if you can access the scripts or not. All right. And then we've got a third mission. Yeah, so a Life Uncharted... Oh, there's work to be done. God damn it. Complete 30 minutes of janitorial duties at Lawville and Everest Harbour. This mission does not have an alternative completion location. So version 2, I've been trying to approach it from not just Argo's perspective or my perspective, but from a community perspective. And so I will put on top of that, like if we go back into here, everything that's here, especially the player profile, which has all of your rankings and everything, and on missions completed, current guild ranking for the different guilds, this will look a lot different. Still a work in progress, like the game. Yeah, 100%. All right, another bloody janitorial mission. All right, add it to the quest log. And this one we'll do at Lawville. We've already got one up at... see, at the moment, there's no penalties for Argo not actually going and doing his shifts. So if I do put something into 2nd edition for the player's character to actually have a job, I don't think I will. Like I said before, I put that in here because it fit Argo's backstory. And it fit. And it was at a time when, when you were doing a 0 to hero run and med gowns and stuff were all over the place and you could sell those for credits and stuff. It made sense from Argo's perspective when he started, giving that he had 0 credits. He'd just been released from Klesha. He had access to a ship that was sort of semi-functional. It says access to the script is blocked. Okay, well, I'll have a look, Calypsia, about what's involved in packaging up something so that when I've finished version 2, people can play along with me. And then obviously, as we have with the Life Uncharted, as I've played more and more episodes and spent more time with Argo and spent more time with the system, added things in, removed things, changed things, tweaked things, modified things. I'll see what's involved in terms of being able to put something together where all of my scripts and stuff are accessible for other people, because there will be quite a few of them in version 2. Including those scripts influencing an overlay, which we'll have on the stream. So as I'm going through and I'm completing quests, like we just did now, we ticked off a whole bunch of quests. I don't accept friend requests on Argo's accounts. I'm really sorry. If you want to send me a friend request, actually, I think this is somebody else that's here at the at this location. Yeah, this dude over here. Yeah, the only way that you can become Argo's friend is actually to find him in-game, which only so far 2 people have managed to do. Dark Acorn and Rhino. This one is going to complete at Lawville. Whoa. Lawville. These are all completed. Which ones completed? Let's clear this. Completed. Okay, so we haven't been paid for any of these, obviously, just yet. My main account, Crouch, being the bank behind Argo's adventures. So we've been paid for everything so far, except obviously the missions that we've just completed tonight. No, we haven't. Oh, yeah. This one. Oh, paid. Whoops, wrong one. What am I talking about? Writing scripts and stuff. I can't even choose the right one. All right, so we need to get paid for a bunch of quests. We've got a bunch of new ones. We've had a bit of a discussion. Let's jump back into our Life Uncharted V2 because there's a couple of comments and notes that we still need to finish reading through. Guild credits are accumulated by completing quests. Each quest is associated with a specific guild, its guild affiliation, and the guild credits earned from completing those quests can be spent to access missions available in-game via the Mobilglass contract system for that specific guild. Now, as I've mentioned a few times now, Argo just doesn't have the ability to open up the Mobilglass whenever he wants and do a contract. It needs to be triggered. They are also used to determine the player's rank in each guild. Once guild credits are spent, they are consumed and new guild credits must be earned by completing new quests. However, guild credits earned for completing quests continue to compound for the purposes of determining the player's rank in each guild. And we had a quick look at those before, the guild rank. So the more guild points you have, the higher the split of the payout for that mission. So again, if we took a 69,000 credit collection mission, contracted, it's not sandbox activity, we're not going rock mining or scraping panels or salvaging or something like that or prospecting. We're taking a contracted mission from the Mobilglass under the collection category to do a 69,000 credit Rayari mission, which makes it a tier 2 contracted guild mission. It's going to cost me 10 guild credits to do that, so I would have had to have done enough side quests in the past to accumulate 10 guild credits. I can then spend those 10 guild credits to do one of those Rayari missions. I'm going to get paid 69,000, right? But my guild rank might just be guild rank 1, right? Let's put some titles in here. Let's move all of these over. Let's add another guild title, if we will. And we'll just copy this here and paste it in here. And we could call this Initiate. What the fuck? What? Is junior member, affiliate. And see, again, what I put here at the moment is just the starting points. Obviously, all of this I'll tweak and change and adjust and all that sort of stuff. So if I was a junior or initiate guild member doing a tier 2 collection mission, I'd only get 40% of the payout. So if we had a quick look in our calculator, 69,000 times 0.4, I'd only get 27,600. So not only is Argo's access to the Mobilglass restricted, his payout for the quests that he's going to do from the Mobilglass is also restricted. Again, representing the fact that CIG spoke at SitCon last year about the guilds and guild affiliations and all that sort of stuff and getting access to different guild perks and all that sort of stuff. And also from the perspective that, we don't want Argo earning massive amounts of money. And, we want a prolonged story for this guy. As I've mentioned at the beginning, most 0 to hero runs that people do, you pretty much become a hero as soon as you've got access to a fully functioning ship. If you've got no other restrictions in play and, you can just go opening up the Mobilglass whenever you want and just do mission after mission after contract, it's too easy. Once you've got access to a vehicle that can carry a rock and you buy a rock in game, which is super cheap, then your ability to earn money is astronomical. If you've got access to salvaging and all that sort of stuff, it just becomes too easy. Once guild credits are spent, they're consumed. Sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Motherfig gifted a subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slime Squad Dutchman_race.
Mr. Dutchman!
Motherfig gifted a tier 1 sub to Dutchman_race.
Motherfig.
They have given 12 gift subs in the channel.
12 gift subs from Motherfig, gifting out a sub to Dutchman Ace Team Legendary Team Nomad, who contributed $5 to the Stream Snack Support Fund earlier. What a legend. Thank you so much, mate. I'm currently consuming that right now. It has absolutely been delicious. Thank you so much. They are also used to determine the player's rank in each guild. It has been quite some time, by the way, since I've been out and actually got some stream snacks. We need to do that. I think we've done so many episodes now, so many streams, that I've exhausted the new stores in my area. We've done all the Vietnamese stores, we did the Japanese store, we've done all the Middle Eastern stores. Maybe I'll go back and we'll get different snacks, as we used to do with the Stream Snack Support Fund. Those people who contributed money to the Stream Snack Support Fund, !SSSF or whatever it was. I used to go out each weekend, buy random weird snacks from all of these foreign grocery stores and try them out. I haven't yet been able to find a Hawaiian store that sells this seaweed snack that has been mentioned so many times before. Every sub gift you've given, Acorn, is to get Crouch to do the slam off. We need to do the slam off, man. The good old Tim Tam slam. As everybody knows, we start off every episode of Crouch After Dark here with the good old Tim Tam slam. And if you don't know what a Tim Tam slam is, hit up YouTube where you can watch every stream I've done. And at the beginning of every stream, we do a Tim Tam slam. Now, obviously, a Tim Tam slam is a Tim Tam is a specific biscuit, right? It's a specific biscuit. The Tim Tam, right?
The family pack has been opened. Flossie69 just gifted 5 subs.
Flossie!
Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks, and welcome to After Dark.
Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks. Hype, hype, hype! But there are many things that we can slam, right? Kit Kats. Acorn and I have had a big discussion about this, about all the things that you could potentially do a slam with. So yes, okay, I will commit to next weekend, Acorn. We shall do either on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, whichever streams we manage to do, and whichever is the first one, we will do the Tim Tam Slam. Now, today being Friday, I'm kind of like in this weird zone, right? Because I've got 5 days off because of Easter and stuff, and we'll be back tomorrow, Saturday. We'll be back Sunday after Easter. I can't guarantee that I'll be entirely sober, but I'm not entirely sober right now. But we'll get the 3 done next weekend when I get a chance to go to some of these weird local or foreign grocery stores to buy all their weird, wonderful snacks. We will do the slam off. It's overdue. And the support here at After Dark has been absolutely phenomenal. Since the beginning, it's the least. We can bet which ones will work. Yep. The flake's not going to work, Acorn. I'm telling you, the flake is not going to work. All right, back to this. Once guild credits are spent, they consume. New guild credits must be earned by completing new quests. However, guild credits earned for completing quests continue to compound for the purposes of determining the player's rank in each guild. The cost in guild credits to accept a contract from the Moby Glass is determined by the contract's tier level. We've seen this. The player's guild rank will determine their percentage of the profits from any contracts or sandbox activities, such as salvaging panels in space or rock mining. So this has been something that's popped up a few times. No, it'll work, trust me. It's not going to work. The flake's not going to work, man. There's a part of me that says it potentially might, in some ways. A 12 will definitely work, motherfigure, 100%. What am I going to bet? What's the wager? What are your terms? All right, let's have a look at these, the guild contracts again. So from the purposes of sanctioned events, right? People have asked, when's Argo going to go rock mining? When's he going to go rock mining? We need a vessel that we can carry a vehicle in. And because of Argo's backstory and his issues with the Hurstons, and the fact that his name is Argo Hurston, but he's not really a Hurston. He married a Hurston, took their name, they're pissed off with him, all this other sort of stuff. And, he's restricted, right? He can't rent vehicles until he rebuilds his reputation with Vantage Rentals and all this other sort of stuff that is just, it's taking a long time, right? It's a proper zero to hero run. It's not just a couple of episodes and all of a sudden we've got a fully functional ship and we can access everything in the game and go do what we want. Argo can't even rent a damn ship. So if he can't rent a Cutlass or something like that, and he can't carry a rock around. So when can he go rock mining? Well, at the moment, until he's rebuilt his reputation with Hurstons and they've given him Vantage Rentals, permission to rent vehicles to Argo, it's a huge issue, right? But here in version 2, sanctioned guild contracts, rock mining, prospecting, salvaging, and commodity trading. These were the 4 things that I could think of that you can just go to do to earn credits. We can go rock mining, which we do quite a lot on my regular account. Prospecting, whether in space or planet side or wherever. Salvaging. Now, we're not talking about doing salvage. We're not talking about contracted salvage. We're talking about sanctioned salvage. So going out to find panels and stuff, scrap panels in space. And commodity trading. So I go somewhere, I buy a bunch of stuff. I take it somewhere, I sell it. And then whatever profit I make is split between me and the guild. Those were the 4 things that I could think of. If you guys, at this point in time, we've got a few people watching, 12 likes so far on YouTube. Thank you so much. We're not going to get to that 20 likes, unfortunately. Sad news. Boo-hoo. I put a pinned comment up on YouTube. It made a bit of difference, but not a huge difference. Again, dropping a like, putting an emoji, leaving an exclamation mark or a full stop or a period for those of you in the US in the comment section does help tremendously. YouTube doesn't care what comment you leave. All they care about is your interaction with the stream. So if you put a period in or a full stop, then YouTube counts that as interaction with the stream and thus therefore is more likely to recommend Crouch After Dark and My Beautiful Self to other people. Those were the 4 sanctioned things I could think of. Motherfig's putting a Connie up on the flake. Motherfigs, you want to join the next Saturday's slam off? Hauling contracts. Well, hauling would be a contracted. Hauling contracts would be a contracted guild activity. What should I win if Flake works as a straw, guys? Or what is Crouch's punishment? This could be crazy. I'll spend this week thinking about the slam off, right? And I do like the idea of Crouch's punishments. Maybe in Discord, which has been quiet of late, we'll have a bit of a chat about the slam off. We'll get some chili sauces, a salted hot chocolate like last week. Oh my God, that was absolutely foul. I can't believe I put salt in my hot chocolate instead of sugar. He has to dress like Argo, a mullet wig. We could have some fun with it. So those were the 4 sanctioned events that I could think, or activities. Rock mining, prospecting, salvaging, and commodity trading. Let's just have a quick move around so we don't get timed out. Again, we've got to get back aboard our ship. If we lose that ship, we're screwed. The cost in guild credits to accept a contract from the Moby Glass is determined by the contract's tier level. We saw that. The player's guild rank will determine their percentage of the profits from any contracts or sandbox activities, such as salvaging panels in space or rock mining, etc. So I really like where the whole guild concept is at the moment in terms of the tier levels for the contracts. Again, this is just the beginning, but I like the concept behind the main contracts. And obviously, as the other contracts become accessible in the Moby Glass again, the delivery contracts, the investigation contracts, etc., we'll add those here. I like the concept of having them tiered, so the more valuable a contract is, the more guild credits it costs to do. The crunchy I don't think the crunchy's going to work, man. Just to be clear, I am not betting a Connie, says Motherfig. Just to be clear, crunchy's not going to work, man. It's got that real dense honeycomb in it, man. You'd have to have like the pressure. You'd have to be sucking at like 100 psi to get a crunchy, to get liquid to come up through the honeycomb of a crunchy. It's not going to work, man. I don't know how you'd monitor the PSI of your suckage, but so I like where this is. I like where the guild sort of situation is at the moment. And there's a lot of other comments and notes that I'll need to add here for other ideas and concepts. that I have in mind from the previous episodes of A Life Uncharted. Tasks, we're finally up to tasks. It's taken us ages to get to tasks. Are short errands available in all major landing zones and orbital space stations. These are the only places where you can earn infamy. In the major landing zone or up on the orbital space station where there's a big influx of people going through. So, who's that dude in the corner over there? Man, that's Argo. You ain't seen him? He's all over the place. He's done missions for everybody. Completing tasks earns the player infamy. The more tasks that are completed, the more well-known and respected you will be. Each major landing zone and orbital station have many locations the player can visit to determine if any tasks are currently available. Each location will offer different tasks. This brings us back to version 1 and our errand system, where we have different errands. Are there any errands here? Your help is greatly appreciated. There are 3 errands to get done. Okay, what's the errand? And as we've done many times, you'll be given the location of a new quantum location. This won't be the case when this errand is completed. This was one of the mechanics we had in version 1 of A Life Uncharted in terms of unlocking the star mappers to come and do errands. We're either going to get a new location, or we're going to get paid some pittance to run some paperwork around. In this case, we'd run over to perimeter gate number 5, over to the garages. Obviously, we're here at Lawville, and then over to Leavesden Station. And we'd just run out to the garage and, we'd pretend to do something, and then we'd run over to Leavesden Station and pretend to do something, and then the errand would be completed. In the second edition, those tasks are going to be a little bit more specific. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I got ChatGPT involved. And I asked ChatGPT, let me catch up with the chat. Crunchy will not work. No, the crunchy is not going to work. It is not porous. It's porous, motherfig, but not porous enough to the point where we can suck stuff through it. So, Crouch, you've got to buy the full length one so you can dip them better. A straw, right? You can put a straw just below the surface, and as long as it's below the surface, it's going to suck up the liquid. As the liquid goes down, you need to keep moving the straw down, right? The straw doesn't need to be all the way at the bottom of the cup for the straw to work like a straw. Not the Cadbury Favourites mini ones. Those are the best ones, man. Extra long ones for more points. A cherry ripe would be interesting. Ooh. Put your money where your mouth is. Well, look, people have contributed to the Stream Snack Support Fund in the last couple of weeks, and we've done plenty of streams, and I have, we haven't tried any new Stream Snacks. So there's money in the Stream Snack Support Fund, and I will buy a whole bunch of chocolates to do this slam off with. So one thing I love about the new tasks system, and coming back to, when I got ChatGPT involved, is that instead of just running around between one point and the other point, obviously we still need to do that because the game doesn't have the mechanics for the missions that I want to be able to do in it, so we still need to imaginate a bunch of this sort of activity. I got ChatGPT involved. And I asked ChatGPT, people who have been here for a while would have seen this already when we spoke about this at the beginning, but I'm just trying to pad out the last few minutes here of the stream before we've got to finish up. And for the new people who haven't been here. On a crunchy, the chocolate will melt before the honeycomb. 100% Rhino, that the crunchy's not going to work, man. So I asked ChatGPT, you are the Constantine Hurston, the administrator of a major city, Lawville, set in the computer game Star Citizen. Your family founded Hurston Dynamics and the city of Lawville. A new resident has come to your office and is asking for help leaving the city. You have little time or patience to deal with this vagrant, but you can give them permission to leave the city. But first, they must complete 10 tasks for you. What do you ask them to do? And this is what ChatGPT said. It gave me this, exactly as this has been formatted. Lawville, Executive Office, Hurston Tower, 62nd floor. Audio recording log begins. Speaker, Constantine Hurston. You walk in here, grime on your boots, wide-eyed like some wind-lost nomad, asking me, Constantine Hurston, for permission to leave my city? Do you have any idea where you are? You're in Lawville, the iron womb of Hurston Dynamics. Everything you see, touch, breathe was shaped by my family's ambition. You don't leave without proving you're not a waste of synthetic oxygen. That said, I believe in utility. Even vagrants have potential, like scrap that hasn't yet been smelted. You want the gates open? You'll earn it. Complete these 10 tasks, do so swiftly and quietly. Constantine Hurston's tasks for the unworthy. Polish the family crest. At the top of Hurston Towers hangs our emblem. It's tarnished. I want it gleaming. You'll need a lift and a strong stomach. Collect 100 signatures of gratitude. I love this one. Interview residents. Record 100 individuals stating why they're grateful for Hurston Dynamics. No sarcasm. I'll know. Audit a mid-level supervisor. Choose one factory line manager at random. Observe their operations. File a report on inefficiencies and don't get caught. This is another one I love. Dispose of an unauthorized graffiti tag. I like how it's unauthorized graffiti tag, where there might be some authorized graffiti tags, right? Someone has scrawled "Freedom isn't corporate" on the outer transit tunnel. Remove it, find the artist, convince them otherwise. Host a patriotism seminar at the Workers' Respite. Deliver a short speech. The end of this is amazing. At the Workers' Respite, deliver a short speech on the virtues of loyalty, obedience, and economic stability. Record the applause. It's so good. Record the applause. Oh, it's so good. Correct a registry error. The city's census listed someone as independent. There are no independents in Lawville. Find them, correct it. Clear out the striker's nest. A group of disgruntled workers is meeting in a ventilation chamber beneath Hab Block C. Disband them, peacefully or otherwise. Let's just quickly move around before we get timed out. Oh no, we're underground. Quick, get up. It's not the right place for us to be. We're Argo Hurston. No, we're back on the ground again. Don't do it. It's not where Argo belongs. He should be on the 62nd floor. Name 5 Hurston executives and their contributions. Do your research. I expect a written summary on my desk. No spelling errors. Show respect. And convince a visitor to stay. Go to the spaceport. Find someone about to leave Lawville. Persuade them to remain. Sell the dream. Prove you believe it. How do we do any of that in the game, right? Once completed, return to this office with your documentation signed and stamped. Only then will you receive your Transit Clearance Protocol 27B. And remember, freedom is a privilege, not a right. Dismissed. Audio log ends. Holo terminal returns to idle. All of that was given to me by ChatGPT. Obviously none of which we can actually do in the game, but it gave me a good perspective of things that I can things that we can do, right? Obviously there's areas in the city, we've been through that already. Version 2 in the locations, we've all got all these locations, right? Locations for task givers, completion locations, all the perimeter gates and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I've only done Lawville and Everest Harbour. I'll probably do Bajini Point and Area 18 next, and obviously I need to do the others. But from a story perspective, all of these things we can chuck. Obviously, I need to modify these so they're things that we can actually pretend to do in game. We can chuck into some text-to-speech engines. I'm looking at Revoicer at the moment. It's only $29. To have some audio behind all of this madness. All right, what's been happening in the chat? Talking about the slam off. Yeah, let's get some. Rhino, exactly. How the fuck would a flake work? Flake has no outer skin. Exactly. Motherfigure's down for this. It has a grain. The sides are not porous. Well, I'm really interested to try the flake, right? Because the flake is just rolled up bits of chocolate. So there could be, whilst the flake, as Rhino rightly says, has no outer skin, there could be folded over chocolate layers inside the flake that allow liquid to pass through. You weren't listening to me, Mother Fig? There was a big chat going on about the slam off. It's been absolutely fantastic. I'm really excited about a Life Uncharted version 2. Calypsia, thank you so much if you're still here for having a look at the spreadsheet and letting me know that the scripts don't work, that they've been blocked. I'll find a way as I continue to develop this system to make sure that it's publicly accessible by people, so that once I've got a Life Uncharted version 2 in a position where I'm happy with it and we start playtesting it, to make it publicly available so other people who perhaps do want to play along. I have said this a few times. I would find it incredibly difficult to play the game according to these rules if I wasn't streaming. Because the opportunities for just going, I'm not going to do that, I can't be bothered, is just too great. Which is why Argo is a stream-only account. I only ever play on Argo whenever we're streaming because chat keeps me honest. And, but I would find it difficult outside of streaming. I will find a way to make it accessible. So whatever scripts I put in, whatever overlays I add to it, whatever images I create especially for the player's profile and all that sort of stuff. If there's, some sort of executable I can create, I shall do so. But ladies and gentlemen, we're at the point, oh God, we need to get back in the ship before all sort of shit goes wrong. We need to get out of here. As is usual, we don't normally travel back to an outpost or log off somewhere other than the ship or Lawville, because then I've got to pay habitation expenses. And whatever expenses Argo doesn't have to pay can only be a good thing. Let's check this building over here. It's been an absolute pleasure. That building's got nothing in it. It's been an absolute pleasure having you hang out with me today, or tonight, on this lovely Friday evening. I hope whatever you've got planned for the weekend turns out to be phenomenally amazing. It is Easter. I hope the Easter Bunny visits you with full force and delivers to you all of the goodies that you wish and brings to you the start of a wonderful new adventure. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I appreciate you just for being here, for your chat, for just being involved, for being here, for clicking the like button on YouTube, for hanging out with me on Twitch, for your contributions, for the bits, for the follows on Twitch, for the gifted subs out to the community. The support here at After Dark, as I mentioned every week, is absolutely phenomenal. I can consider myself blessed and fortunate. There's lots of people out there creating content. There's lots of people out there streaming. And having you chill out with me for a couple of hours, hopefully Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, is an immense honor. Let's get Argo back aboard the Archie bunker, the good old Cutter Rambler. We'll launch out into space as we normally do at the end of an episode of A Life Uncharted. We'll hit cruise control, and then we shall say our farewells. I'm looking forward to next week. For what? No, for ending the stream. Oh, good, because I thought the fine was for something legitimate. We got to end the stream, man. I've got to be up early. We can't stay up early. There was an opportunity for a proper fine then, but nobody caught it. Backpack and armor off. Haha, suckers. Thought Mother Figure caught me for
I'll
a minute
reveal
then.
your true form.
My true form is unrevealable. All right, let's get up into space. Fuck you later, dude. Look, let's get cruise control active. Let's get ourselves into nav mode. I'll pay Mother Fig's fine, right? Not because I'm ending the stream. That's just and I'll pay it because he did find me at a point, and when I saw it, I was like, he's got me. Because I was wearing the armor in the pilot seat. I'll pay it. Motherfig triggered it. Not quite for the right reasons, but it was legitimate. There was a legitimate reason to find Argo. It's just that what he tried to find him for wasn't exactly legitimate. I'll pay it. Almost fined you for the armor, ACT, but thought that was what the other fine was for. Oh, crouch. If the flake slams, you send me Argo's bank before E2. Before, what do you mean E2? Oh, are you talking about V2? Version 2? Before second edition. Before edition 2. It's been an absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see. We've got a handful of people chilling out with us on Twitch. 13 likes on the old YouTube tonight. Amazing. Thank you so much. Now, I have been forgetting of late to send out a little raid to somebody. So let me see what we can queue up on the old Twitcheroo. We'll send a little raid off to somewhere. Let me see who's here. As Argo just drifts out into space. I've always wondered, CT, if a chocolate-covered Oreo would slam. 100%. Anything that's covered in chocolate is going to slam. I know, I retract my statement. Crunchy. Crunchy will not slam. Happy chocolate weekend, everyone. Meta, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You need a wee and you have to go to the shops. Been putting it off since I found you, Motherfig. You're a legend. Nobody clipped that. I retracted that almost immediately. Anything covered in chocolate may not necessarily slam. All right. I'm just looking for somebody new here. All right, I'm going to send everyone over to someone called Bonus Plus One. It's got a stream up on Twitch at the moment, the worst in the verse. It's English, been up for an hour and a half. Rhino, you can slam me covered in chocolate. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to queue up this raid for Bonus Plus One. Let me get Argo situated. It's currently floating out into space, which is, I guess, which I guess is all right. That's that bit. That's that bit. Take that as you like. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate you. I'm going to send this raid over to Bonus Plus One. Don't know what he's doing. Don't know who he is. It's got 6 people watching at the moment. We're going to send him another 11 people. I will catch everyone tomorrow night. Saturday, I've got one more day to get my house respectable and drink enough beer to be back. Probably it's going to be episode 18 of A Life Uncharted. I'm absolutely loving this right now. I will catch everyone next time. I love you all. Peace. Thank you so much. Say hi to your mum for me. All that other sort of stuff. I've got to click many buttons at the same time. Here we go. Send that raid. See ya!
Crouch After Dark with the raid. Hello, Raiders. I fixed the raid alert. Oh, God, I'm getting my ass lit up. I'm too distracted.